Hello. Hello. There we go. We're fine. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Technical issues. All over the place. I am like 40 minutes later than I said I'd be, but listen, I had to deal with some cats and also had a computer update and also had to change the plan. But hello, welcome to the stream. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Hopefully everybody's having a good day thus far. And there's a longer startup time because I had some stuff I have to do real quick before the start of the stream. I did have to change the plan. We were going to play Call of Duty today, but I had to change that because the game said it was 17.58 gigabytes, which isn't too big. A decent sized game, but it's not too big. I was like, okay, that'll take like 10 to 20 minutes, right? I think, anyway. Yeah, I think like 10 to 20 minutes is fair for my internet. I was like, okay, I'll install it like 10 minutes ago, right? Which is when I hit the button. I hit the button like 10 to 15 minutes ago. Turns out, Steam lied to me, or Call of Duty lied to me, one of the two. And I hit the button and it was 90 gigabytes. I thought 17 gigabytes wasn't that big. Like, I know Call of Duty games are notoriously large games. Don't get me wrong. I know this, even though I haven't played one in a long time. But there's two versions of World War II. There's a multiplayer version and there's a non-multiplayer version. So I assumed the non-multiplayer version was like just the campaign. So I was like, okay, that makes sense for it to only be like 17 gigabytes. You know what I mean? That makes sense. Whereas the multiplayer one is 87.7 gigabytes. So I was like, okay, that seems fair. You know what I mean? Like the 17 gigabytes. Turns out, nah, it's still 90 gigabytes. Both of them are fucking 90 gigabytes. So I started that download. That would have taken 2 hours. So that's not possible today. So had to change the plan. Can't do that. Can't do that. So, we are going to be playing Stanley Parable instead, which is another one of the games I need to play. So campaign is almost certainly the bigger part of the game anyways. Really? I wouldn't have expected so. I would have expected to be smaller because like all the skins and guns and like maps and all that stuff. I mean, the campaign is gonna have like cutscenes and dialogue and. I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like there'd be more like files in the multiplayer. What's up, by the way, Anima? It's good to see you. Sorry. I mean, well, I say sorry immediately, but sorry if the reason you have not been able to tune into streams lately is because of me. Because of the time difference. I know you haven't been around for a couple streams. If it was any other reason, it's all good. Don't worry about it. But I apologize if it was my fault. But it is good to see you. Hopefully you're well. It's been on my end. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. I the last couple days I have actually been doing a little bit better job starting at roughly all right times. It's been a little bit unfortunate though because I think the last 2 days I've streamed and then as soon as I end stream, I usually like look at my Discord. Not like my Discord, but just my Discord in general. And I see that you're online like 10 minutes after the stream is over. I'm like, ooh, that kind of sucks. Sorry. It looked like I was avoiding you. But hopefully you've been well. Hopefully you've been all good. I'm excited to play Stanley Parable today. Because this is always a game I've wanted to play. I've seen quite a bit of it. But thankfully, it's been long enough that I don't remember, which is quite nice. Because sometimes if I see a game, if I wait long enough, I won't know. Like, I won't remember it, right? So usually if there's a game I really want to play, but I've seen a lot of it, I usually just wait like 6 years or something, and then I play it. And hopefully at that point, I don't remember. I really like Stanley Parable, and I know the premise of what's going to happen. But I don't like it's not like a super big surprise. But I don't know everything that's gonna happen. But I really like this game whenever I've seen it and stuff. So I am excited to play this. It should be a good time. I think it use the Source engine like Half-Life type stuff. It does, right? Like it uses I think it uses models from like Source, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it just looks very Source like. I don't know. But it should be fun. It should be fun. I'm actually excited. I was gonna play Call of Duty today, like I said, but like plans change. The wheel, however, though, fucking stacked. There's so many votes on the wheel. So many votes on the wheel. Most votes it's ever had. 1,227. It's actually insane. It's full up on games as well. There's 15 games. And there's 4 games above 100. Hitman is up to 260. I mean, that's been there since like early August, and it's still hasn't been voted for. It's actually kind of nuts how many games have votes. But I am really close to catching up. I have Max Payne, Stanley Parable, and Call of Duty to catch up with. And Stanley Parable I'm playing today, obviously. So 2 more games, and I will catch up. So definitely by the end of this month, I'm going to try and make sure that absolutely happens, which should be pretty easy. And then I actually get to like choose a game to play. I don't even know. I feel like I haven't like actually chosen a game to play in like the longest time. Like, what did I play before October? What was I playing? What was I playing before October? Because October is when I decided I really want to catch up with the wheel. I'm gonna like fucking put all of my effort on just the wheel games. Oh, I played Watch Dogs. Watch Dogs was fun. God, I feel like I haven't like chosen a game to like. I haven't played like a consistent game in like ages. It's because I've been behind on the wheel for so long, so there was always things to play. I mean, like, I guess World of Tanks was the last game I consistently played. Yeah. Ever since World of Tanks, I've been trying to catch up with the wheel. So it's like, now I actually have to choose something I want to play, and it's like, what the fuck? What do I want to play? My thoughts that are going through my head are Tarkov wipes in December, so I'm kind of curious about that. It depends how much content they really add, but if they add some good stuff, I still haven't played like since Streets got added, so that'd be kind of fun. Minecraft potentially, because I think there's quite a few things I could do. Like the hardcore run would be kind of fun, just like one run to beat the game. I don't think it'd be that hard. And then maybe some speed running as well. And then I also wanted to try those maps and see if they're any fun or like entertaining to watch. Battlefield 4, I kind of was tempted to speedrun, and I have kind of had an itch to speedrun stuff recently, so potentially Battlefield 4 could be an option. RuneScape genuinely gets me excited. I like RuneScape. So I've thought about that, but I don't know. I'm gonna wait because I like I said, usually it's good for me to wait until I like know what I'm gonna play instead of like planning and looking ahead, because my opinion, like my feelings, might change on what I want to play. Also, if I hit like a wheel game that's like a bit long or like something that I'm really interested in, then maybe I'll just play that. I mean, like Watch Dogs 2 could be really fun. Far Cry 3. Maybe I'll really enjoy Hitman. Dishonored, I'd probably want to finish. XCOM could be like a long time if I'm having really fun with it. Lots of options on the wheel for games that I could play for an extended period of time. So, and I am going to spin. I don't know. I think there's a stream about what's coming to Tarkov recently. I think Pestily just did a video on it as well. Ooh, okay. I did see them streaming. I think they were doing like Twitch Rivals or something, or some kind of Tarkov tournament. Let's see what Pestily's got. New map, reworked recoil, vaulting, and much more. Oh shit, they're actually adding vaulting. And a new map? Achievements? 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 There's arena, but I don't fucking give a shit. Oh, there's a matchmaking system? Ooh, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if all these things are actually... Oh, it's a beginner area, the new map. Oh, that's kind of nice, actually. For new people to learn the game. New streets feature and a boss. Shoreline expansion. Vaulting. Armor plates and new hit register. This seems insane. This can't all be in one update, right? I know they're adding the left shoulder. Bro, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it right here. That fucking right shoulder shit that people always complain about in video games, like, yes, it's a thing, but holy shit, it does not make as much of a difference as people think it does. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it. People just like to fucking blame shit on their deaths. It really does not make that much of a difference. I played fuck tons of Tarkov, and I did pretty well for myself in combat. Never noticed it. Never, ever noticed, like, oh, if I peek around the left side of a tree, I do way worse. I don't know. I think people just like to make excuses, to be honest. Like, yes, it has an effect, don't get me wrong, but nowhere near as much as people make it out to be. Saying. And whenever I see people like trying to show an example of it, it really doesn't look that bad. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. But I don't know. Maybe I'm talking to my house. The new guns look cool. NA91, VSK94, an RPD. Oh, he's got a fucking drum mag. That's the kind of LMG I want. An RPD is fun. Was there a PKM as well, or was I seeing things? No, I think I saw the RPD and thought it looked like a PKM. And there's another gun. What was that? What gun was that? RPDN. That's like a marksman version. Any advantages worth trying to have? No, absolutely. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, if you can peek around the right side of something, yeah, it's worth it. But I don't know if all of this is coming in one update. I'll have to watch the video and see what he has to say. Arena kill cam. EOD will be gone by the end of this year. Interesting. This is a lot of stuff. This is looking like one of the biggest updates I've ever done. Will they actually deliver on this stuff this time? Let's hope so. Looks like a pretty big update. You know, Tarkov is a really big game. It's actually crazy. When I originally started playing Tarkov, it was such a small game. Like, it really wasn't that well known, and then it exploded. I remember I saw, like, an old message that I sent to some friends about saying, like, oh, it's crazy how many people are playing Tarkov. Like, because Nikita said, like, I mean, obviously these numbers could have been wrong. Maybe he didn't mean concurrent users, but he said, like, some crazy number of concurrent users that would, like, put it at, like, the top of Steam if it was on Steam. Like, I'm pretty sure I made sure he meant concurrent users. I mean, maybe he made a mistake. Maybe he wasn't talking about the same thing. But, like, it used to be so small. But this was during the, like, the first Twitch drops when it was, like, really exploding on Twitch. And I mean, nowadays a lot of people know of Tarkov. Like, if you talk about Tarkov and people are in, like, the shooting genre of gaming, they know what you're talking about. Like, they might not play it, they might not be a fan of it, but they know what you're talking about. Like, which is crazy, because back in the day, remember when I first started playing Tarkov, it was not something that people knew about. It was like, you talked about Tarkov and they were like, what are you talking about? Like, what game is that? I've never heard about that before. And you basically showed them this, like, this clunky looking, super hardcore, slow paced fucking thing. Oh my god. Peak time during the Twitch, it was the most watched game on Twitch by fucking miles. Yeah, it was crazy. It was actually nuts. It was I was really happy to see it because I think it deserves attention. I mean, the devs, I mean, I think Nikita is, like, all the devs are trying their best, but they do have some options, like, some things. I've always said that they're, like, slow and shit breaks and they don't usually put stuff in, like, but I mean, it's not like they're DVD devs or anything. You know what I mean? Like, they make some cool shit. You know what I mean? Like, but it just takes a long time. Like, the maps are always super unoptimized. The game is always a bit clunky and a bit of a mess, and it always has issues. And they're super slow at adding new stuff, and everything's a bit unpolished. But they've got more ambition than they can keep up with. Absolutely. Like, I've always said that they're not, like, from the very early days, you could tell that they're not, like, the most experienced developers, just because, like, of the way things get added and how often things get added and, like, how broken shit is when they get added. Like, you can tell that they don't have the experience to back up what they want to do. But they're still trying their fucking hardest, and they're slowly getting there. Like, every time as they're putting in more work, they're getting better, which will hopefully allow them to catch up with what they want to do eventually. I mean, the game is much better now than I think it ever was before. So I mean, it just takes a long time, that's all. But I mean, like, I think Tarkov genuinely is, it's really special. Like, I mean, like, I don't know. And I mean, it started extraction shooters, in my opinion. Like, I can't really think of another, like, I mean, I'm almost certain Hunt took inspiration from Tarkov. But it was early days. I mean, I'm pretty sure it basically started the fucking genre. I mean, I can't remember another extraction shooter before it. The only thing I can think of that's like old and well known is Hunt. So maybe there was some kind of unknown extraction shooter, but I think Hunt even took inspiration from Tarkov. Hunt isn't that old, I don't think. 2019 it released. Is there early access though for Hunt? I hate how Steam shows the fucking... Yeah, 2018. Launched in 2018. Tarkov's been around longer than that, right? Almost certain Tarkov's been a lot longer. Yeah, closed alpha was 2016. Closed beta was 2017. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Hunt probably took some inspiration from Tarkov. They're different games though, much different games. Like, people talk about, like, I fucking hate that so many fucking people are like, oh, Hunt Showdown, it's like Tarkov. And it's like, no, it's not. Like, and it really annoys me because somebody who's never played Tarkov was playing Deceive Inc. And people said, oh, Deceive Inc. is kind of like Hunt Showdown, right? As they were like trying to explain it to people in chat. And the streamer was like, no, it's not really like Hunt Showdown, because Hunt Showdown is more like Tarkov. It's like, no, it's fucking not. It's like, no. You've never played either game. People are just telling you that it's like Tarkov, so you're not letting people explain that it's like Deceive. Madge. Fucking Madge. But it's not their fault, because they just didn't know what they were talking about, and people had fed them a lot of misinformation, which is how the internet is. It's like Tarkov in the same way COD is like Doom, yeah. I mean, like, Hunt Showdown has some identity crisis, in my opinion. Like, I think Hunt Showdown is a really cool game. It's really good. And I've played, like, when I first started playing it, I fucking grinded that shit. I was playing, like, fucking 8 to 10 hours a day of fucking Hunt Showdown. I was loving it. But then I got bored, because I realized it's a competitive shooter that has some uncompetitive aspects, which is, like, not something I'm super interested in. It's kind of like how I feel about Valorant. It's like, if I want to play a competitive shooter, I'm going to play the best competitive shooter. You know what I mean? And, like, actually put effort in. Because if you don't put effort into these competitive shooters, it's not super fun. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, the PvE in Hunt Showdown is nothing. Like, the PvE is boring as shit. It basically does nothing. It's basically just like an extra little thing to, like, kind of know where people are, and sometimes cause a little bit of inconvenience inside combat. But it's basically a competitive, like, extraction shooter, kind of. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but, like, it feels competitive when you play it. Tarkov does not. Like, I play Tarkov, and it feels like I can do whatever the fuck I want. You know what I mean? I can run around, I can, you know, do leg meta, I can bring a PPSH and jump around like an idiot. Like, I can do whatever the fuck I want. You play Hunt Showdown, I don't know, the shit feels fucking sweaty, dude. Like, feels sweaty. And the loot is pointless. It does nothing. Like, it does nothing, which really is annoying, and it's, like, super identity crisis, in my opinion. It's like, there's nothing to loot in matches. You can sometimes find, like, weapons in, like, the hunting towers, and that's about it. Like, so there's basically no loot other than the things you loot off people's body. But that stuff's pointless, because as long as you don't prestige, because prestiging is pointless, it's just cosmetics, you never get reset in terms of your progression. So you have infinite money, basically. Like, money is not an issue. So it's like, it's exactly like Deceive, basically, except without the, like, the weird money mechanics. I wish they would just remove the money mechanics, honestly. I don't know. Well, then, the problem with removing the money mechanics works for the sole purpose of having overpowered or stronger weapons. That's, like, the sole way that they work. But the thing is that the decent players who actually know the difference between all the weapons will win often enough that they can always afford the better weapons. So starts to feel kind of pointless. But at the lower end, the more casual players, the money probably is a bit more impactful. But at the higher end, like, honestly, the only thing it stops people running all the time is it stops, like, I don't know, it's like the money is like basically just like a gatekeeping equipment for different levels of players. Like, low level players are gatekept away from running like Mosins all the time. But then, you know, decent / good players are gatekept away from just running nitros and the automatic Mosin. What is it called? Ovdomat. The Ovdomat all the time. But then the really good players are not really gatekept on anything. They can just run wherever the fuck they want. They can run nitros every game, basically, because they're good enough that it doesn't matter. So it's like, it doesn't do anything other than that. That's like the entire point of the economy. It's super weird. Super weird. So it does not feel satisfying at all. And you never get to loot anything. So it just feels kind of boring. And the PvE is super boring as well. So, like, once you get, like, I don't know. I put 200 hours in, and then I was like, eh. Hunt has a specific objective, only one team can achieve it. Tarkov has no objective beyond survive, and everyone can achieve it in any given raid. Anything else is just down to the individual. Yeah, I talked about this with a friend, actually. I was talking about hyenas, and I was talking about how, like, it is not an extraction shooter, in my opinion. Because, I mean, it is an extraction shooter, and I realize the term just means extract and shoot things. But then you could say that a battle royale is an extraction shooter. If you just add a little mechanic of, like, a helicopter flying over and, like, dropping down a rope, you can say it's an extraction shooter. You extracted. It's like, oh, whoever is the last man standing, a little helicopter comes and picks you up. You extract it. That's an extraction shooter. So I don't know. I don't really consider it an extraction shooter unless you're actually getting something out of the match that you then can go into the other matches with. So I would consider Hunt an extraction shooter, but I would not consider Hyenas an extraction shooter personally. But I was explaining that it's not like Tarkov in the sense that you can just go in and do whatever you want. Like, only one team can win, which is exactly as you're saying. And it's like I said, it's like Hunt. You know what I mean? It's like you go in and you try to win. You know what I mean? Like, well, actually, Hunt, technically 2 teams can win. Actually, lots of people can win, but you're all fighting over the same thing. Whereas Tarkov, you're not. Tarkov, you can go in and sit in a corner for 30 minutes and then loot some bodies, and you can win. Hunt, if you go sit in a corner for 30 minutes and then loot some dead people, you do not win. You lost. Like, the bounties are gone. You lost. The match is over. But in Tarkov, you can do whatever the fuck you want. If you just want to, like, go and watch AI just kill people, you can just sit on sit on a tower and just watch people die. You can do that. Like, and that's winning in Tarkov. Like, you can win in any way you want, which is one of the beautiful things about Tarkov, and why I think it does so well is because everybody can have fun. You just need to find what makes you have fun. Like, I've seen some very casual gamers play Tarkov, and it's really cool because they don't care about fucking meta gear. You know what I mean? They don't know where the loot spawns are. They're just walking around fucking picking up cigarettes. You know what I mean? Trying to do their tasks, and they're having a great fucking time. You know what I mean? Like, it's just as intense for them as it is for the sweaty people, which is really cool. It's really cool. And they, like, a lot of them just avoid people. Like, they just like, oh, there's people over there. I'm not going to go over there. And that's perfectly fine. Like, that's one of the fucking beautiful things about Tarkov. And it's always something I've commended it for. Like, it really hammers home, like, you can play however you want. Like, there's not one way to win. Like, every way is valid. I mean, I think extraction campers are a little bit of dickheads, but I don't know. I don't remember streaming. No, I mean, like, I think that it's great. It's great. It's great. There is, like, no wrong way to play Tarkov, which makes me really, really happy that it's doing so well, and that it got so much popularity, because it showed it to a big group of people, and people saw, like, hey, this is a cool game. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't, like, just for a niche group of people. Like, lots of people can play this game, and I can play it however I want, which is really cool. It fucking goes back to, like, people gatekeeping, which I really hate. Or, like, because it's, like, a huge thing on Path of Exile, which is another game that you can play however you like. I mean, like, Path of Exile, if you just want to farm blood aqueducts, you can. I mean, technically, like, beating the campaign is, like, winning, but I mean, it's not really. But like Path of Exile is a game you can play wherever you want. If you want to fucking run juiced up maps and only pick up exalts, then you can. If you want to, you know what I mean? Like, but people are like really fucking like elitist about like Path of Exile, more so than Tarkov, but Tarkov has some of it too. Like Tarkov has some of it too. People are like, oh, why would you run that armor? Oh, why would you run that gun? It's like, because I want to have fun, dude. Like, you know what I mean? I want to use whatever the fuck I want. I don't care. If I do play Tarkov though, next wipe, I'm not using the flea market at all, because I've played 3 wipes since the flea market got added, I think, or maybe 4. No, 4. I played the first wipe. I barely used it because it was like, because I can fucking kill you with it, bitch. Yeah, true. I like barely used it because I remember I bought 1 item on the flea market because there was 1 task where I was behind because I couldn't find it was the mechanic task where you need that rail for the AKS-74U, which has got like the rail on the front and the rail on the back, and it's got like the hole in it to see through it with like the wood pieces still showing. I could not find that rail for the fucking life of me. And so I bought that off the flea market, but I never knew the flea market for anything else because I was ahead of most people because I just played so much. So there was nothing I needed. So that was the first wipe at the flea market. Then the next wipe, I think I played without selling stuff on it because I saw how easy it was to make money on it. Then I played the next wipe. I barely played that wipe, so I was like, okay, I'll try just using the flea market overall. You know what I mean? I was still like a very advocate for I hate the flea market, but I was like, all right, I'll try using it. I hated it. Then the next wipe after that, I tried not using it at all, I'm pretty sure. And I also I did like no scav, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, I played scav run because my friends wanted to, but other than that, I didn't play scav because I found it boring. But I barely did tasks. I just played. I think that was the last one I played. Is that 4? Yeah, 4, I think. I don't know. I think I've played 4 with the flea market. And I've played within lots of different ways. Or I think I did 2 actually where I didn't sell. I think I did 2. I did 1 where I didn't buy, 2 where I didn't sell. The first one with the flea market just came out, and then 1 where I didn't use it at all. I think that's true. Did I say the one where, yeah. Anyways, I've done lots of different variations of the flea market, but I think the one I enjoyed the most is just not using it at all. It's just like so much more fun that way. I really enjoyed not having infinite money when I didn't use it at all. Like, it was actually fun to be like, hey, this loot matters. And it also was so relieving mentally because I didn't have to think, oh, I wonder if these cigarettes are now more expensive than this item. I need to keep track of what is most expensive at all times, so I always know what to pick up. It was like, this is 10,000 a therapist. That's 30,000 a therapist. It was just so fucking easy. Like, and I liked that so much better. It was so relieving. Thankfully, I'm good enough that I don't need to use the flea market. Not saying like I'm that good, but like if you're not good enough, you can be kind of a rough one. Because the flea market is the game is kind of based around the flea market now. So if you're not using it, you're putting yourself at a significant disadvantage. But anyway, sorry about the Tarkov talk. Maybe I will play Tarkov. Evidently, I'm talking about it a lot. I mean, the new stuff seems cool. There's a lot of stuff there. I'll probably look into it a little bit. I think it is supposed to be in December. The wipe. I mean, that does seem pretty exciting. Hopefully, the cheater problem isn't too bad. I don't know. I haven't played in a while, but when I did play, the cheater problem was fine. But people have started like really going crazy about it. I know there was a whole bunch of controversy because they were doing a streamer tournament thing, and everybody was super convinced that one of the top players was cheating. And it's still going on to this day. I don't know enough about Tarkov nowadays, so I won't say. I mean, some of the clips are kind of suspicious, but fucking any clip can be suspicious. I mean, any player can be suspicious if you just clip shit, so not really anything I can say about it. But sorry about that. We're gonna play some Stanley Parable. Oh god, it moved all this shit on my monitor to the second monitor. I hate it when it does that. Let us play this game. I'm excited. 4x3. Oh fuck. Laptop power save. Oh god, this game is old. Okay. Extras? Achievement. Disabled. Oh. That's a fake achievement. That's not a real achievement. It's giving me a fake achievement in the top left. Oh god, it's keep going. Yeah, it's a fake achievement. But wait a second. 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 The sound wasn't a thing. The sound wasn't a thing when they made this game. But they added the sound in. How? I wonder if it just plays like a file. Because I'll show you. Oh no. It isn't. The fuck? Wait. Oh no, it is an achievement. But I don't know. I think the only Stanley Parable I've ever watched is TV's What the Fuck Is video from like a decade ago. Yeah. It is a Steam achievement, actually. It is a Steam achievement, but it pops up multiple times. You guys can't see it because my Steam overlay doesn't show up, but I thought it was a fake achievement because it popped up in the top left. I guess I should enable saves. Mouse sensitivity, raw mouse input. You want that enabled, don't you? You don't want mouse acceleration enabled. It's fine, we'll keep all that. Take screenshot. I like the what. How old is this game? This game is really old, isn't it? It's a great game. 2013, holy fuck. Okay, I did get the fucking achievement like 20 times. Steam is now telling me that I got an achievement like 20 times. We'll leave it. Speakers? Headphones. But, hello? It went silent. Field of vision advanced. Achievements can be toggled between completed and not completed. It's why people can just cheat all their achievements. Oh, I never knew that. Disabled. It's not assuming. Gotcha. Filtering mode. Do I want any of these things? Fucking yeah. Let's fucking crank it up. Crank up the frames. Crank that shit high. Let's go. This game's gonna look fucking beautiful. Alright, that should be fine. I'm gonna give it oh, close captioning. Yes. RTX on. I think we're good. I might need to change the sensitivity and the field of vision. I'm gonna put that bottom right. It feels good. All right. I guess overlay is gonna be Steam overlay, right? That's kind of crazy that you have to change it, and you can change it in here. So I guess maybe it wasn't a feature back then to change it. God, this game's so old. It's a great game though. There was a deluxe edition made by the developer, which actually has like new content and stuff. But I don't own that one, so we're playing the original, and I'll play the deluxe edition when I get it eventually. So you get to play it twice. All right, begin the game. The end is never the end. It cycles onto itself. Loading. Oh, you guys can't see that. Loading. I'm really excited to play this. Should be fun. It should be fun. If you haven't seen this game before, get ready for an experience.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Get ready for an experience.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor.
Maybe a little bit of Matrix inspiration, right?
What buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although
what actually would this job be?
Considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every
mining
moment
Bitcoin.
that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. Stanley was happy.
No, that's what matters. I mean, if that's what he enjoys, that's what he
And then one day,
enjoys.
something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order
Pepe
had arrived on
hands.
the monitor for him to follow.
No orders.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
What if I don't want to? Oh.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under
Wait,
his
I
responsibility?
want to leave.
He had never been trained for that. No.
Fuck.
This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me.
That's true.
In here, I can be happy.
No, I was working up the courage. I was
be happy.
working up the
Stanley
courage.
waited. Hours passed. Then days.
No, I was
Had years gone by?
I was working up the
Long
courage,
ability to
okay?
tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough,
Okay.
the answers would
How do I
come.
open the door?
Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Is there a button?
Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now
Okay,
it's
okay.
just a
Here it
little
comes.
bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay, I think we just okay. Far Cry 4 ending, yeah. I should check the keyboard and mouse. Is there any mouse one? Okay, so I just click on things. Gotcha. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No
That's
matter
true.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Maybe we just lost track of time. Maybe we lost track of time. We just stayed in a little bit too late.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in
Actually,
any way.
I just turned the PC off, so fuck you. Fuck you. They look like little faces. Input received. I can only answer one. Nothing else works. Edge. I hate Mondays. Maybe a little bit like Matrix inspiration, right? With like the what does that say? Sales this quarter. What actually?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Just him saying that makes me want to go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah. Rebel.
Yes,
nice place.
Truly a room worth
I
admiring.
get a drink?
It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply
Coffee
stood
nut.
here, drinking it all in.
I would like a drink, actually, yeah. Probably a little bit parched.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Honestly,
Really worth it.
I didn't take that long.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
This room looks exciting, though.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Well, I'm good at following directions on the computer, obviously. This looks bad. Looks bad. That's a lot of money. There's a truck down there.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Maybe.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I don't think you
realize
are.
that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
I'm just having fun.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
No, I don't.
Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay. I'll give you a chance. What do you want me to do? Danger. Danger everywhere. This looks like a portal puzzle. It does. Very portally. Very portally. What do you want me to do, Mr. Narrator Man? Getting kind of spooky. I don't like this. Red blue blue pill.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay. No, you know, he said it's important. He said it's important. I trust him.
Thank God you are willing to listen to
Yeah,
me.
I just was having
You
fun.
see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time. The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing.
I'm enjoying
right
the
now.
journey, buddy.
Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think I should have trusted him.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of
If we
cool.
just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I mean, a little bit concerned I'm gonna die. We can stay here for a little bit. I want to stay here. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. It's kind of cool. It's kind of nice. I don't want to fall off. Oh, I thought the door disappeared. I don't want to make Mr. Narrator Man sad. He didn't give me a choice on the last one, though. He said, here, let me show you, and then locked me in a room. I don't know if something's gonna happen. I think that's part of the fun, though. I kind of do want to leave, Mr. Narrator Man. I'm kind of getting a little bit bored. These are like Christmas lights, and I find Christmas lights very boring. Or fireworks. I find fireworks very boring, too. We'll wait for the next, whatever's going to happen next. And I'll probably leave. Just FYI, Mr. Narrator Man. leaving, Mr. Narrator, man.
No,
So
wait. Where are you going?
Fine, I'll go back. So
Right. Where were we?
I feel like he's like tripping, or just like very unhappy. He might need some therapy. I'd be very unhappy to hear that. True. She knows how I feel about Christmas lights, though. Fine, we'll wait for one more, Mr. Narrator. He sounded very sad. One more, that's it. What's next? Is that it? I mean, I think it's over. Okay. Oh, the stars are back. Is it gonna rotate? I think it's probably just gonna rotate around. If it rotates, I'm fucking done, Mr. Narrator, man. Ooh, and ah, and at the pretty lights, yeah. Yeah, I'm leaving, Mr. Narrator, man. That was boring.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Like, is this literally just a place for me to jump to my death?
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh, this is sad. I feel bad. He seems really, like, unstable. He's, like, emotionally in distress. I don't want to hurt Mr. Narrator, man. But nothing else is happening in here, I'm pretty sure, so... Yeah, this is...
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
No, I don't want to stay here. It's boring.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
We've achieved nothing. These lights are boring.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
Listen, Mr. Narrator, man.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
You fall off the edge of the platform in the light room. That's true, actually. That's a good point. Let's try that instead. I'm down to try that instead. Jumping off the stairs, at least, is certain death. I don't want to stay here. This is like purgatory. This, I never thought about this, but what this is people put a glob of paint and then you spread it out over a surface, right? Or is this people like testing colors? I think it's them putting globs of paint and spraying. I've always wondered why walls look like this sometimes. But I think it's putting globs of paint and then they spread it out. Alright. Let's jump off here instead.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
No, I can't jump off. No, I'm fucking leaving, bro. I'm out of here. This place is fucking boring. It's boring. Nope. Goodbye, cruel world. Goodbye, cruel world. My immersion. There's no immersion. He just said the game will reset. There is no immersion.
No!
Oh.
Oh, thank God. You lived. You have... No. What are you doing, Stanley?
No.
Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Because I don't want to stay here forever.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Oh. But I'm slower now, which is kind of fucking annoying. Let's go back. I've fucking broken both of my legs. Let's go back and...
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
No. No. I'm sorry.
No, perhaps not.
Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye, cruel world. I feel like a reset is in order. I feel like the narrator has gone insane. I feel like we're trapped in purgatory. I feel like goodbye, cruel world. What the
Maybe
fuck?
you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Okay.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Oh god, poor guy. I feel like he's... So maybe he is...
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Okay. My computer's off.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside of you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Hell yeah. What is hot? Profits, 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 profits. Target demographic, teenagers. Stripes requires more secondary research. The stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segment. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. God. Charts, numbers, ratios. Rate of increasing graphs per slide. Okay. Money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs about things plus money. We have our new product. What do people want? Mike James, you are fired. Happy feelings. Aw, poor Mike James. The random profits, yeah. Question mark. Bi-quarterly post-review review. We need... hopeless? Or more or less? Or is that a P? I think it's a P. I don't know. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Why do you need a heater for your water cooler? Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Okay, gotcha. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net? Some sort of child trap. What the fuck? Work harder. Hard worker. A lot of percentage. Space between the teenagers. Teenagers. Size of demographic. Okay. Throw something in the ideas bin. 10 no more bin / trash cans. Renaming of the ideas bin. Fixing of me? Ideas bin. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Meeting room. Weekly targets admin, marketing Mondays, 45, group 40, group 45. This box is so too small. 8-bird pre-review of weekly review, group 43, group 48, ideas plus developments, mergers, weekly review. What to do about 432. Don't tell 32 about the meeting. That's a fucking 2-day meeting, by the way. Or no, it's 2-hour meeting. I mean, this is a pretty fucking... We're broke Wednesday. This is a pretty legal. This is a very full chart. Group planning. A ball? What does that mean? R.I.P. France. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Synergize papers. Not enough efficient $. More scribbled out and changed to less. Ah, that makes more sense. I don't know why I didn't process that. That makes perfect sense. Please keep the targets on the topic of blank, 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 blank. Who moved my desk? Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Fire paper guy. Papers are too synergized. Hire someone to synergize papers. Standardize graphs 4x wide. Inefficient $. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Hell yeah. Future of yesterday. Future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Interesting. I mean, that's not... Tomorrow is... Oh, yeah. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. That sounds like life right there. Tomorrow's goals. Finish today's goals. And set up the next day's goals. And then reflect on those goals. That's life right there. Gym. Right. Alright, I think we're good. Help, I'm gonna post it. Okay. Oh. Room closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I don't like following orders.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty
I don't like being told what to do.
No reason to still be here.
He's narrating, though. He's not telling me what to do. He's just narrating. To be fair.
Baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything.
There is something to interact with. I'm interacting with the door.
He'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I actually am doing something.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing
Because
nothing?
you're antagonizing me.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I'm being antagonized.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Fine. Fine. Stand in the light room doing nothing, yeah.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I think I will. Downstairs looks kind of spooky. Especially since we don't know where everybody is. We shouldn't do too many spooky things. Executive bathroom. Oh. Can I make a phone call? Yeah, I don't know why he's bitching. Why is he bitching?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I am the most
Shocked,
expensive boss.
Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held
Two
from him?
Agilities by Claude
What
Money.
he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had
Skyrim
been keeping
wine.
from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Wait, 4-5.
2845.
That is just inherently
But of
spooky,
course,
true.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Wait, 4-5. So there's a terrible truth we're gonna find out. Seemingly empty office building is inherently spooky. Yeah, everybody's just kind of disappeared.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never
Okay, I get the
possibly
memo.
know that the combination was 2845.
Yeah, I
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened...
mean, that would have been a long time to brute force. 4 codes like that, that's a long brute force. That'd take years. Not years, literally, but a long time. If it was 3 codes, it's not. It's possible. It would be a while, but it is possible. Like 3 numbers. Loading. I mean, maybe everybody's just like playing a.
Deeper into the building,
Maybe we
Stanley
like just lost
realized
track of
he
time.
felt
Maybe
a
it's
bit
just nighttime.
peculiar. It was a
It's
stirring
light
of
outside.
emotion in his
Maybe he
chest,
showed up on a
as though
Saturday.
He felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature.
Yeah,
of
what
his
do we
job.
do? I asked this at the
He
start.
This now, when for years it had never
Shit,
occurred
mind
to him.
control?
This question would not go unanswered for long.
We're being mind controlled? Kind of fucking spooky in here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, so it is mind control.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
I mean,
Stanley thought to
said
himself.
mind control
Did he have
facility.
the
It's not like they would.
strength to find out.
Not like they would put that fucking number there or like that word there just as like a joke. You know what I mean? Like if it was on like a sign, sure, but like a cardboard sign that somebody just scribbled on it, then I'd be like, oh, okay, joke. You know what I mean? But that was in fucking big letters. Like somebody bought those. Somebody bought those letters. You know what I mean? Urgent. Employees should never, under any circumstances, attempt. Employee observation protocol. I mean, observing your employees is fine, but it says mind control facility.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature revealed.
Which one's ours? Which one are we?
Each bore the
427?
number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
Which one
The
were we again?
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
That's kind of
And
fine,
still,
though.
One of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Well, I mean, you're at your job. I mean, if you're at your job, they pay you to work. I mean, like, fair enough that they're monitoring you. I mean, you're on company property, you're on company time. I mean, I don't think that them monitoring you. What number were we again? Was it 427? That one? Yeah, that's us. 427. I mean, I don't think that monitoring us is like fired. Pirate. Okay, it's kind of fun. Arg. Any other fun ones? Fired? No.
Elevator? This mind control facility.
Yeah,
is too
that's kind of the
horrible to
real
believe
problem.
it couldn't
Mind
be
control.
true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this
Yeah,
time?
it does kind of seem
Was
like
this the
it.
only reason he was happy with his boring job?
Yeah,
That
maybe.
his emotions had been manipulated to
But what are
accept
we
it
actually-
blindly?
I think, yeah, probably. It seems that way.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
I mean, it did
Had
say
he
mind
truly
control.
spent his entire life
My disappointment is a measure of my
blind
days
to
of
the
ruin.
world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Oh.
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very
It's
place.
fucked up.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would
yeah.
never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Let's do it. How do I do that? I guess we go to the power. Yeah, we've got like a coding.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I mean, I want to say no because he's telling me to, but I agree. Huh. You only found this place because you followed someone's instructions. True.
Blackness
But
and a rising chill of
maybe he's my
uncertainty.
friend.
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
Oh yeah.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Like what?
Where had his co-workers gone?
That's true.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Also true.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But
Okay, you're
as
kinda
sunlight
right.
streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or
Yeah.
even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
This gives very like
Perhaps his goal
Truman
had not been
Show
to understand,
vibes.
but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or
I would always be worried though. I feel like you turn into a
whatever
conspiracy
life he
theorist.
lives,
You know what I mean?
It will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt
think
the
we
cool
won.
breeze upon his skin,
We're free.
the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was
Aw.
happy.
I would be worried though that I was like still under the control. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't just be satisfied with just turning it off. You know what I mean? I beat the game. I wouldn't just be satisfied with just turning it off because like you just turn it off and then what then? You know what I mean? What if somebody turns it back on?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
End is never
Stanley
the end.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing
Yes,
in
yes,
the
yes,
office,
yes.
but it didn't make a single difference,
Oh.
nor did it advance the story in any way.
You say that. Okay. I don't like these. Kinda, no. 420. I've gotten 2 inputs. I need 3 more.
Stanley clicked on
Yeah,
literally every
yeah.
single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues. From
No, I
his
just don't.
environment.
I like to explore. I'm an explorer. I'm a pioneer.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Maybe we should go into the spooky basement. Maybe that's the only way we're gonna find out where everybody went. That's kind of what I'm most curious about. I want to know where everybody went.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I want to know where everybody's gone. Let's go into the basement, spooky basement.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
It's not as much fun if he's not antagonizing me. It's not as much fun if he's not bothering me. I'm stubborn though. We'll wait a little bit, see if he gets angry. Fine.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We're going to the spooky basement. I want to know where everybody's gone, and I feel like the spooky basement is a good idea.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
Yeah, that would make sense, actually.
What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation.
Yeah.
His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
That makes sense.
And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
True.
So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared.
Oh, shit.
It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Well,
Now
it's
the
subconscious.
voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice.
I mean,
describing me,
dreams
thinking about how it's
are kind of like
my
that
thoughts,
sometimes, though.
he thought. And while he thought
It kind of
all
makes sense
very
still.
odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How
What?
could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
I think a dream
Stanley
is pretty...
is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
I don't think we've been that awake,
Now,
though.
hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars
true.
just a moment ago?
Yeah.
How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress
Might just be
on his
imagining
back,
that, then.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to
I don't
himself.
think we're gonna wake up.
I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job.
I don't think we're
Let
gonna
me
wake up.
continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment and
Oh,
my
we have a wife.
and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be
Okay, it's getting a little weird now.
I am okay.
Oh, that's so sad.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
That was awful. I didn't like that.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Stanley.
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
Aww.
I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled.
Wait, is he not dead?
Day.
Oh, maybe he's, did she say unconscious?
Whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment.
Did you say he was dead or just unconscious?
Staring down at the body, and then she turned and ran.
She called the ambulance though. I mean, that's nice of her. You know what I mean? She stopped, called the ambulance, and I mean, she can't control that she felt better about it. So I mean, I don't blame her. Mariella seems like a nice woman. I hope her meeting goes well.
Sitting there, Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Yeah, that is one of my guesses, that we just were there for a long time. Like maybe we just lost track of time and everybody went home. Or maybe we just were on autopilot and just showed up on a Saturday. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that could happen. You know what I mean? Can I close this door? I can. Maybe we were just on autopilot.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This is definitely a source prop. So yeah, I think it is source props. That last experience was not very pleasant.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes.
Yeah, it's a great room.
What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room.
It was good. He's back.
was
Hey,
now
what's up,
too
G-More?
horrible
How
even
you
to
doing?
consider.
Yeah. You know what? I'm happy with.
Eager to get back to business, Stanley
What
took
is
the
up?
first
Hopefully
open
you are
door
well.
on his left.
How about you? I am good. Thank you for asking. I want to find secrets. I'm not
Stanley
sure.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
But the guy
ago.
does seem to want to help me. What if I fall off? What do you think will happen? Probably death. Look at that car, though. The car's open. Like, Somebody's down there. Somebody was down there. I guess the PCs were still on, though. It's like everybody did kind of disappear, and like the coffee mug, like people did disappear. That coffee mug was only in the weird place where we weren't sure what was happening, though.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
That's fair.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
I know, I trust him. I trust him.
There's someone
He led me.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her? Our wife?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Who's her?
She's been waiting.
I don't like that sentence. That sentence is eerily weird. Who is she?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Ooh. It's a spam call. Where am I?
Oh, Stanley, is that you?
Oh.
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
Bread!
All right.
Bread!
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
No. Fuck you.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
I don't like this. No. I won't go in. You can't make me. Fuck you.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Press E on your keyboard. No. No, I won't. I won't do it. You can't make me. What's this game about? It is about a game. Just, I don't know, you just have to watch and find out. It is a game. It's an experience.
Is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his
This guy's an asshole. Why is he being so mean?
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
I mean, if this is what he enjoys.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful.
I mean, if you're happy... Hey, what's up, Arbiter? And Jojo, hello.
None of
Welcome.
it would ever happen to him.
Just press H to watch TV. Sure.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
I don't have a TV.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The
past 30 minutes and I'm clueless, yeah.
Terribly.
I've seen, spend time with the boys, yo! It's like an experience. You just have to watch and find out. Like, I don't know, I have seen people play a bit of it, so I kind of know, like, I knew what I was getting myself into. But, it's a very cool game. Very cool game.
So
I've always been a big
he went
fan.
Further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The
I mean,
mere
if he's
thought that
happy,
his
he's
decisions
happy.
would mean
You
something
know what I mean?
was almost too wonderful to
If he just
behold.
wants to go to the if he just wants
As
to
he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous
It's
round
kind of
room
a
with monitors
sad
and
thing he's
mind
implying.
controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
I haven't found the yellow line.
And down another was a game with a baby.
I haven't found
And
that
he
either.
called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
It's saying that it's me.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly
Guess.
be? In
I also
reality,
wonder if it's
all he's
referencing
doing
the
is pushing
developer.
the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one.
Well, I'd like to leave. You won't let me, though.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
I can't leave. You won't let
He
me.
won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next
Oh,
time the screen
yeah.
asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Wait. Does that mean I should do it? Or does that mean I shouldn't do it? Because he's saying... I'm not sure. Because he's saying, watch this. He keeps himself stuck here. As in, like, here, I'll prove I'm right. Don't press the button. I don't want to press the button. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. We're going to see what happens. I'm not sure how long the game would want me to wait for, but we'll wait. I don't know. Am I proving him right or am I proving him wrong? That was too confusing, Mr. Man. Mr. Narrator Man. Do you want me to press the button or do you not want me to press the button? It's turning into my office, though, which isn't great. I know about the yellow line. I want to find the yellow line. The yellow line will give me purpose. Should I press the button? Fuck, I'm tempted. Maybe we'll give it another minute. See what happens. Let's wait. We wait. See if it works. I'll definitely press Z after I drink my coffee. Can't read those, they're too small. Just got some business documents, little folders. I'm gonna wait till it says, I'm gonna wait till another minute rolls over, and then I'll press it. Alright, fine.
You see? Can he just not hear me?
I
How can
waited!
I understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself. How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Please press 8 to question nothing. I want to question things. I do. But I don't have any options. I waited, Mr. Narrator Man. What do you want from me? God damn it!
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply
Oh, the
play
White
to my
Rabbit, yeah.
intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to.
I'm willing to
I
listen.
must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button.
Well, that's
And I tried.
not. Hello? This game really teaches you about life. So does he want me to listen to him? Up, down, A-B, start. Oh.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What
No,
if a crucial outcome
I
fell
wanted to
on his
leave.
Responsibility? He had never been trained for that.
I wanted to leave.
This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will
I hate
me.
Mondays. Wait, is today Monday?
I can be happy
It is, isn't it?
forever.
Today is Monday.
Stanley waited. Hours passed. Then
That's
days.
perfect.
Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure was that if
Get
he
me out of
waited
here.
long
Come on,
enough,
Mr. Narrator,
the
man.
answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told
Honestly,
what to do.
you're not missing much
Now
for anybody
it's
who
just a
doesn't
little
understand
bit
what's happening.
closer.
I mean,
Now it's
literally,
getting closer.
the game just starts off and
There
says,
it comes.
this is a story about Stanley. He sits at his computer, his office desk, and he pushes buttons. It makes him happy. And then one day, he realizes that he hasn't gotten any messages to push any buttons. And he gets up from his computer desk, and
All of his co-workers were gone.
everybody's gone.
What could it
That's
mean?
it. That's all you need to know.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That's it.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't
And
find
this
a
is
trace
literally the
his
start of the
coworker.
game.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
One day, one of
but
these
it
doors
didn't
will
make a
open,
single
I believe.
difference, Nor did it advance the story in
believe.
any way.
Okay. That last one was kind of
Stanley
confusing.
came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Well, I guess we'll enter the door on the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Hey.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
Hey.
hoping he might find an answer there.
What the fuck? That's fucked up. What an asshole. My broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Right in the closet, yeah. Guess we go upstairs. I mean, I went downstairs and there was just spooky shit down there. We just went insane and then we died? Did we die? Or did we go unconscious? I don't know. Mariella found us.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human
You're
life.
pretty dead, yeah.
What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
What?
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming
I
new
don't
age
think that really
music.
means anxiety. Okay. I wasn't sure what new age music is. I have now decided I do not like new age music.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward.
I mean, it wasn't
into the
terrible. It was
opened
alright.
passageway.
It was alright. It's not something I would listen to, but it's alright. I guess we'll go back down to the mind control. Oh, there was an escape. But we did escape. Maybe we shouldn't listen to this guy. I'm not sure if we should trust him or not. He's kind of suspicious.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door.
Yeah, 'cause
that
he
led
is,
to
like,
the mind
telling
control
me-
facility.
No.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
He's never
But
lied.
of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
He's never lied before.
Nope, still on board with death.
Okay. We'll leave. No death. He said the light room would bring happiness. No, it did for him, though. He just thought it would bring happiness for me.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
I don't
What
wanna die.
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength
Maybe
to
I
find
should have
out?
tested it. Maybe I should have tested the death tunnel. Press on the mind control.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on
Where's
the
me again?
screen.
It was over here
And
somewhere.
Stanley,
There I am.
one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
That's me right there. It didn't change. Oh, there we go. 27. Good.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
I mean,
Had Stanley really been under someone's control
Mind
all
control-
this time? Was this the only reason he was happy?
I don't
with
think
his
we have
boring job?
technology
That his
for that.
emotions had been
Maybe somebody
manipulated
does,
to
though.
accept it blindly.
Why is that employee just in the stairs?
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't.
Goes up to
accept it.
600.
His own life.
There's a
in
couple extra
someone
monitors.
else's control. Never. It was
600 people in this
unthinkable.
office. That's a lot of
Wasn't
people.
It? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind?
Well, I
to the
assume it'd only be
world?
after you start working there, not your entire life.
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working.
It's offline,
all been
though.
monitored and commanded from this very place.
Maybe
And
they
as the cold reality
maybe
of
they
his
took
past
everybody.
began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another
Maybe
human
they
life,
took everybody
for
who's
he
being mind
would
controlled.
dismantle the controls once and for all.
Maybe they took everybody who's being mind controlled and they. Where's number 3? Ah. And that's why they shut the machine down. Because they were like, oh, it's done. You know what I mean? But I was still here. They forgot me. Maybe I got left behind. Maybe that's what happened. Because, like, if they were under mind control, it would make sense for everybody to, like, stop what they're doing immediately. So that theory does make sense. That, like, they mind controlled everybody to leave. You know what I mean? There's a big red button. Big red buttons usually not the greatest idea. Press it. I thought I'd die if I went down there, but I wanted to give it a try. There's a double door up here. Alright. I mean, I can try turning it on. I feel like I'll just get mind controlled then, though. I feel like that's a terrible idea. Well, let's give it a try.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I did.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control
Well,
of the machine
I just
for
want
yourself.
answers.
Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
I do want to throw your story
I'm afraid
off
you
track.
don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it.
I don't like this story.
Until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
The G.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Incorrect.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
What?
You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock.
Please.
Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
What do you mean incorrect?
Oh, dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it on?
Freeze over here.
I mean, look at you. Running from button to
I'm
button,
trying.
screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
He's not
What
wrong.
do you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
Wow.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you
Goodbye.
can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left.
I don't know what to do.
30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No
I got
ending,
nothing.
Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I tried. Okay, we died. Okay, I don't...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
I don't think he's a nice guy.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his coat. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it advance the story
I don't think I like this guy anymore. I don't think this guy's my friend.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the
Yeah, I
office.
did.
Because he doesn't
I'm
pick
gonna
up
keep
well on
doing
cues
it. One
from
day,
his
one of them will
environment.
open. I don't want to
Stanley
listen to
came
this guy.
A set of 2 open doors. He entered the
I'm gonna
door
try
on
the
his
death
left.
tunnel. We're going through the death tunnel. He says I'm gonna die down there. I don't trust him. I don't trust him anymore after that last one. He was mean.
Yet there was
He
not a
killed
single
me.
person here either. Feeling a wave of
Nope,
disbelief,
goodbye.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley
I'm
walked
leaving.
upstairs to his boss's
I
office.
ain't listening to you. Can't tell me what to do.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now.
Yeah,
blah,
we do.
blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Alright. We're gonna go down to the, go down to the fucking death tunnel. I'm going to the death tunnel this time. We're going down the death tunnel.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that
No.
read Mind Control Facility.
No, I'm not.
Although this passageway had the word
Nope,
escape
don't care.
written on it,
I don't
the
trust
truth
you.
was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would
I don't
meet
trust
his
you.
violent death.
So you say.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley
there's
still
something
had
red
every
over there.
opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
That looks a little bit scary, but it's
At
fine.
this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk
Yep.
forward and willingly confront his death.
Yep. I'm doing it. What happened? Oh. I didn't die.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was
Oh.
inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the
I thought I was
big
supposed to
picture.
fall to my death.
He doesn't know the real story. Trapped for
Portal
in his
cake
narrow
time.
vision
I don't
of
think
what
so.
this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a
That's
blind
fucking
man.
morbid.
So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
But oh,
Farewell, Stanley, cried
Oh.
the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley
Oh.
was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body,
I don't-
killing him instantly.
oh. Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Yeah. Oh. There's a door.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
That's my
Do you
office.
see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
It's just the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development so that the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Facing this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Paintings. Filing cabinets. Office computers. And the parable credits. Team support. Written and designed by Davey Redden and William Pugh. The impeccable Kevin Brighting as the narrator. Programming, Jesus! Stanley character skin. No music. Made using source by Valve. Button sound. Selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Huh. I think this is heaven. I think we're in heaven. Or hell. Maintenance room. Early version of the maintenance room. I clocked there before. I don't remember. How do I go back? Can you check for me? More endings, fewer endings, more narrators, fewer narrators, more Stanley, less Stanley. There are series outs of the Stanley Parable HD Remix. The point of the Stanley Parable HD Remix is to win. The point of the Stanley Parable HD Remix is to lose. Someone could just get rid of this text. Maybe I could see what this game is about. Words. Greenlight. In September 12th, we submitted Stanley Parable to Greenlight. Valve's process of approving games on Steam. Oh god, Greenlight's gone. Greenlight page only had a series of cryptic photos, which were still enough to win the community's approval. Oh, that's so cool. That's sick. Anywhere. Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. But shortly after starting to build it, that was too far joking on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Aww. Downloaded this game, and all I can see is white screen glitches. I can't play it. Such a funny game. I don't know. I downloaded it today. It seemed to be fun. I'm playing the original, though, not the deluxe edition. I do not know. I cannot help with that. I'm sorry. There's another door up here. I want to check this one. Wait, did that turn them back on? Can I turn PCs back on? I can't interact with them now. I'm on a Mac. Ah, that might be your problem. Yeah, it might not be Mac compatible. Screens from the development of the boss's office. They added like some cool... That's pretty cool. Office clock. Nothing wrong with the Mac, except that you might have issues. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. The version of the underground portion of the game. Escape. Mind control facility. Narration outtakes. Kevin Brighton record dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
Stanley came to the lift. He traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever.
Recorded the dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over. That's crazy.
Stanley pushed the button 6.
A lot of recording. The very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in the beta. Oh. This is really cool. Early version of the countdown room. It's like a dev log, but like in the game. Zending. The screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which is eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Huh. Zending levers. These levers were really part of the Zending. Player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color lever they had pulled. Hold on. Zending model. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. So much stuff. Meeting room, maintenance, lobby, lounge, first choice to confusion ending, doorway to maintenance in the lounge, 2 doorways to maintenance, vent. What about this? Huh. The entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. It says to confusion ending. We haven't been there before, though, have we? Try that next time. Both hallways followed the first doors. Was important to get right since players will replay them so many times. We discovered a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. Well, I guess the simplest version would be that one, right? I think. So, I mean, there's probably a confusion ending. Or maybe it wouldn't show, because to be fair, so far it hasn't shown other stuff. Previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. It's true, I did pick up the phone pretty instantly. Well, I thought I had a loving wife who was making me bread. But I was lied to. Cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also want the option of the player falling to their death. Yeah. I guess I could. Second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Yeah, I mean, that looks like very Portal-esque. Office. The lounge. Back here. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these in further promotional materials, we never found the perfect place for them. Here's a selection of those emails. There's a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in the world than humans. Thanks and goodbye. Aww. Will the game feature capybaras? It's a good question. These are fucking useless questions. I appreciate the previous Stanley game as a work of art and a standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art, and which is why I'm so eager to see a sequel, prequel, standalone companion game, because art needs a good censoring. Oh, I can just read it. I have infinite quests. How many endings? The Stanley Parable is really going to let me go shopping. I hope it will have a fine selection of desert boots. Dear narrator. Congratulations, congratulations. Wow, congratulations, congratulations. In line with our previous announcement regarding ongoing promotion, here is the result of an attached file. Open it carefully to see the full details of the result. Congratulations, be the first to apply for your claim. On a scale of to Salvador Dali, how surreal will this game be? Were you born with a magnificent voice, or did you bargain with a magician to receive? And finally, oh, I didn't get to read it. How do you stay in shape? Stay in shape. Sincerely, Michael the Rock Martin. Thank you for the 1 bit, by the way. Thank you very much. I love this game. I'm glad. But the Stanley Parable. Oh, we already read that one. Every game is better with capybaras. People love capybaras. It's crazy. How do you type with boxing gloves on? Dear Strong Bad. Well, you're not asking the right person. Oh, dead Strong Bad. It's not even dear. It's dead. Oh. Why did that one go through so quickly? Oh. How's the game going? I hope it's as good or better than the first one. From Cool Man. Are you a rock? Is there a first one? I thought this was the first game. Is there a first game? Or is it fucking tripping me out? Can you tell me what the significance of the number 1112800 is? What is this strange number? It is kind of strange number. It does look kind of strange. Business broker, please partner with me in a very rewarding business venture in 2012. Are you gay? I mean, hey, they might like his voice. Trying to seduce the narrator. Trying to seduce the narrator. Seeing if he's interested. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. The capybaras love hot water spas, and Japanese zoos make special capybara spas for them. I'm obsessed. Yeah, so many people love capybaras. It's funny. Huh. He had 2 PCs. Yo, he was fucking owning. He was owning with 2 PCs. This one's a lot more sad. I feel like this one, like, this is a pretty fancy office right here. Got everything he needs as well. Game design mock-up. This is the level that William, the level designer, set Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mock-up is still in the game. Looks a lot more like broken down, right? Like, it doesn't actually look like an office people would like live in. Just the equipment does. I think I'll download the newer game. I do not have it. I do not have it. I would like to buy it and play it at some point, but I don't have it right now. Once it goes on sale, I'll probably buy it. Early version of the countdown room. Oh, I've been in here before, haven't I? Yeah. Exit. I think we've gone through everything. So, yeah, I guess we'll leave. Went to a nice museum. We had a very nice time.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. how they wish to control one another, how they both wish to be free.
If you bought it on Steam, you can refund. If you bought it recently, you can refund it very easily. Like within 2 weeks, if you haven't played like 5 hours, I think it is. You can refund games on Steam very easily.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let...
I save. I save. Oh. Okay. I didn't do anything. that didn't do anything. She tricked me. I've been tricked. Am I gonna die?
Choose for you. Don't let time choose.
I tried. It didn't do nothing. I guess she just meant like stop playing. Hello? Oh, I guess I have to quit. Hello? I can hear myself moving around. I can only take 1 step right and 1 step left. That's it. I guess we begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
Yeah, I don't like you,
Mr.
Mr. Narrator, man.
Nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh, but my inputs are all gone. I think I got fucking soft locked, bro. Madge. I got soft locked. Will anything happen if I load this?
Choose for you. Don't let time choose.
I think we're just dead. We're just dead. I just have to quit. Saves aren't enabled by default, so they don't actually want you to save. Oh.
This is the story of a man.
No, I'm skipping. Now we're back at like the very start, though.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Is that important? I do like rain. Rain is pleasant. I'm a rain enjoyer. Oh. I want to go.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open
There's
doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Hey, I
Stanley
know.
knew it perfectly well.
I did.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to
There was a
admire it.
maintenance room, and it said there was a confusion ending.
Ah, yes, truly
Yep.
a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yeah, let's go down here. This will be confusion, apparently.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander
Damn.
about and get even further off track.
Ah!
So now, in order to get back, he
I think
needed
this
to
is
go
yellow
on,
line. I think we'll have some.
From here, it's left.
I don't want to listen to you. You've been mean to me.
Oh no, it's to the right. My mistake.
Well, you didn't give me time.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
He's like a D&D. He's like a fucking DM, bro. He's like, fucking filling through the notes. What are we supposed to do now? How do we get back on track?
Okay, yes, I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
That is so fucking like DM. It's funny. Right. I guess we'll follow. Fuck it.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick,
Spoiler.
Stanley, close your eyes.
I'm closing.
Okay. We just have to get back to oh.
I'm closing.
Who am
I swear.
kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable.
No.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay.
I guess.
From the top.
I kind of wanted to go there, though. What if I do it again?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. Or perhaps not. Yeah, I want to go back to my trusty broom closet.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Yeah.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over. Completely
Yeah, need a
fresh.
hard refresh.
Everything should be...
Hard refresh.
Oh, did something change? Stanley, did
I-
you change anything when you were back in that room
I
with all
peeked
the
a little bit.
monitors?
I peeked.
Did
I'll
you
admit,
move
I did
the
peek.
story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Hey,
It was right here
motherfucker.
just a minute ago.
Get your shit together.
I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
Oh, hell yeah.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. I'm down. Which path looks the best? Those lead to the same way. I kind of like this one. Find the story. I'm down. This is fun. Bonding experience. Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding you back to let you torture yourself. Wow, that's fucking grim.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure
Oh,
I've ever been on.
you
I
didn't
can
give it a
promise you
chance.
There definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Let
Well, I find it
the
unlikely that we'll
adventure
ever progress
continue.
by
It's about the
starting over
journey.
and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Okay. Fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
He really wants to tell his
Stanley
story.
decided to go to the meeting.
It's like a
room.
DM.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
He wrote his story and he's like, come on, guys, we gotta follow the story. Stop getting so off track. It's part of the fun. It's about the journey, Mr. Narrator, man. Ooh. I don't think he's gonna be happy.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be
Yeah.
remembering this wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
Yeah, let's do it.
Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Yep. I mean, seems pretty standard.
Aha!
Ah.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Nice.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay.
Now this Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
Yeah.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
He's losing it. What's up, Pumpkins? How you doing?
Do you remember,
Welcome.
Stanley?
Welcome,
you know
welcome,
what?
welcome.
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about
Let's
this?
just do whatever we want.
You win!
Oh.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work.
Beat the game.
And it really paid off. So
It's just that
good
easy.
job. Oh,
Thanks.
No, I don't feel right about this at all.
Whoa!
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for
What do
that
you
win.
mean?
Some people win fair and square.
That's
and this is
toxic.
not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
Yeah.
I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay. Ah.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
This really is like fucking D&D railroading right here. It's like, here is a very clear line. Follow the line. Do not get lost. It's like, but that's not what an adventure is about. An adventure is about adventuring. You know what I mean? Even if there is a line, the line shouldn't be clear. Because then you can't enjoy... Oh. You sure? Just playing solitaire. I mean, I'll follow the line. Line's taking me
See?
somewhere fun.
The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story
I'll
of
just
no
sit down and play
destination
solitaire.
still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward,
Yeah.
are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life
Yeah.
itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Okay.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with
A
all
little bit of
that.
existential
You know what?
questioning's
I
always
think
good.
what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh yeah. I don't know. Okay. This is very loud. Mr. Narrator, man, can we turn it down a little
Got
bit?
the music?
Yeah.
Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Okay.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay. It's very ferny. Thank you for turning the music off. It was very loud, Mr. Narrator Man. I've studied. I'm following the line.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
No? I mean, I'm following. Can't be mad. I am following the line. Ah!
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through...
Yeah.
Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh, that screen was broken. Did you see that? Okay. We can follow the line now? Hello? Mr. Narrator?
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's
Yeah.
it done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Yeah.
Something exciting.
Exactly.
Very mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't
Yeah.
we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Now, yes, this is
Yeah.
exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
Yeah.
What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your
Whatever. It could be
imagination.
anything.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready
See where
for
the
it.
path takes us.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley.
Yeah.
I'd also like to veto the line from
Yeah,
having any
I
role in our
agree.
awesome new
I
story.
agree. I don't like the line
no
either.
lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I mean, it's okay if we're on the line's path. You know, as long as we don't stick to the line. You know, we just cross paths.
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Hell yeah.
How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact,
Okay.
I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin.
Not
so starting
exactly.
from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Okay. I mean,
Come, Stanley. Our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up. What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Oh.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us?
why would you say that?
Will something happen?
Find a bookstore.
So, okay.
Yeah.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're all
Not a
saying
great
that life
story.
is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime...
I did not like that noise.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
Aww.
did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
My man forgot. I miss aware, Mr. Narrator Man. He's now unaware again.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Wait, what did it say? What was the next step? Fuck, I missed it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Oh,
he
I
entered
missed
the
it.
door
What
on
was
his
the next
left.
step? I just saw the part about him forgetting. Fuck. Well, what if I want to go back
This
there?
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes.
It's a beautiful
this
room.
What a beautiful room.
A little bit of
What
like
a gorgeous,
modern
gorgeous room.
architecture.
Thank goodness
Little
Stanley
step
had
up.
taken this detour.
People probably
on his
have
way
fallen
to the
here
meeting room.
on company
Life
property,
without
sued
having
the place.
experienced this room was now
Beautiful
too
room.
horrible even to consider.
Beautiful room.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Thank you. Wait, where does this take me again? Can't remember.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted
yeah.
to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
I'm ready. I'm gonna sneak in.
From here, it's, Oh, no.
Oh.
No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said
I don't
it
know
was
what
to
the next
right?
step was.
What was I
I
thinking?
didn't read it.
It's clearly... Oh, dear. Would you hold on for a
Fuck,
minute?
I should have read it.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay.
He's
okay,
unaware.
yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Not though.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable.
It's not.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
From the top. Your story can be about the journey.
All of his co-workers were gone.
You
What could it mean?
don't need to follow a set
Stanley
path. It can
decided
be
to go
fun
to the
to
meeting room.
figure
Perhaps
out
he had simply missed a memo.
the path for yourself. Whenever I click, it makes a keyboard noise.
When Stanley... Wait.
Fuck.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely
We
restarted.
can go
the
back
game
there
over
and I can
completely
read the
fresh.
schedule more.
Everything
I should have
should
read
be...
it. Fuck.
Well, did something change? Stanley,
We could not
did
follow
you
the
change
line.
anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere?
That's true. I
or-
could choose not to follow the
Hold on.
line.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
Yeah.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
We're gonna have some more music. Well,
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can
Yeah.
promise you there definitely
great.
was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Maybe I shouldn't have went down the same path.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
I think we're
room.
just back.
Perhaps
I
he
think
had
we're just
simply
back
missed
in the
a
same
memo.
loop. We're in the same loop.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Yeah. Oh my god, you see that? That was sick.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now
Spooky, creepy attic?
well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
I do. It was an office
Well, do you know
building.
what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
GG. Yeah, we've won 3
Hey,
times now.
I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
Let's not
I
follow
don't
the
care
line
what
this
might
time.
happen this time. I have to restart.
I don't want to follow the line. We know the line
All right,
sucks.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help
Trying to
of
find
the
that,
Stanley Parable
just too
Adventure
good, yeah.
line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Trying to find that computer that has the awaiting input screen. I don't want to follow the line. The line sucks.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
No, the line sucks. Trust me. Trust me, Mr. Narrator Man. The line is terrible. Terrible. Fine. Fine.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of
No
no destination
destinations.
still a story?
Yeah, that's the best
Simply
kind of
by
story.
the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
A little bit of existential
I think
questioning
what
is
we
good
need right
occasionally.
now is a bit of music to lighten
Sure.
the mood. Cut the music. Go back and look at that
No.
fern.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
I don't want to look at this fern.
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
Maybe. Fine. Fine. One of these doors will open eventually. I'm sure of it. I believe. I'm a believer.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay, now we'll go on our own adventure, and we'll find the confusion thing.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever
Sometimes
done
the
for us?
best stories
We're intelligent
are the
people,
ones that
right?
you don't know
Why
will
can't
be a
we
story.
Make up our own story. Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
The best stories are the ones you make yourself.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
Efficiency.
What
Look
do
at me
you
cutting
want
these
our story
corners.
to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever
Racing
it might
lines.
be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Racing lines.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
In the apex, exactly. Exactly.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a
I want to go
decision.
through the left door.
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Walk in the opposite way.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere the place
He's
where they're
assuming
trying to
that there will be a
go,
door.
There must be a reverse door.
I mean, that is
leads
true.
here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted
That is true,
reverse
yes,
door's
this is all
origin.
true.
So starting from the right,
But-
let us ask, will taking the right door
But
lead
there's
us to
no
where we're
indication of which door is
going?
correct still.
And since the answer is clearly yes, then by
But-
all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
I can't go to the left. They both led here
What's
anyways,
this?
so.
Hmm,
Stanley attempts to play the
a
story but is
confusion
prevented.
ending. You're telling me
Unable to
That's
go
what
anywhere
this
or
is.
do anything.
It's all
Game
one
restarts on its
giant
own.
ending.
Find the line again. Begin find
we're
line.
supposed to restart the
The
game
offices has begun to
8
deteriorate. Attempt to make up a
times?
story here. Area restarts the
That's
game.
really how
There's no
all
longer
this
an
goes?
office. Simply blank space.
It's all
Wander in the blackness. Find a bookstore.
determined?
Get bored and leave. Narrator
So
restarts
now,
the game.
according to the schedule, I restart again.
The
Then what?
area is gone
Am I
after a
just
long
supposed to
time. Stanley
forget?
dies.
Well, what if I don't want to
I guess I
forget?
should just play the story.
My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall.
I'm not sure if
Well,
this will actually
you
work.
consulted me. Why don't I get to decide?
We'll
Why
attempt to
don't
play
I
the
get
story.
a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting.
I
I
did-
don't want to forget what's going on.
We'll
I don't
attempt
want
to
be
play the
trapped
story.
like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
I'd like to find this bookstore.
And the timer stopped. Does that mean
I mean, it does lead to my
did we-
death.
did we break
After a
the
long time,
cycle?
Stanley
The,
dies.
whatever it is that made this schedule?
Not
How would
ideal,
we even know?
in theory.
Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
We'll try and play the story. I'm not sure if this will
I guess
actually
now we just
happen, though,
wait.
or if this
You
is
know,
the confusion ending.
I suppose in
if that
some
makes
way
sense.
that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime,
Okay. If I,
all
next
of his
time,
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Sure.
he had simply missed a memo.
next time we restart, I have an idea.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
My broom closet!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
That's kind of fun. Write it down so we don't get confused and forget about it. What does that mean? Hello? Fine. I'm leaving.
Coming to a staircase,
Good
Stanley
idea for next
walked
time. Oh no,
upstairs to his
it's
boss's
not.
office.
It's not. It's not that extreme. Pretty simple idea.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Fine.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I don't know if this is, if anything is actually happening, or if this is just the main story. I mean, if it's the main story, we can try to blow up the mind control.
Into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It
But I don't
was
know
a
how to do that.
stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not.
I'm trying to think of all the things I haven't done so far.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret
this is
did
just
this
a
place hold?
normal story, though.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have
Oops. Not resuming again.
the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
That's us.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Turn it on. I'll try and blow up the thing, I guess.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to
I don't know, I
believe it
failed
couldn't be
last
true.
time.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control?
It's very hard
all this
to do.
time? Was this
I don't
the
know what
only
it
reason
wants
he
me
was
from me.
happy with his boring job? That his
I could try
emotions
5, 4,
had
3, 2,
been
1. I didn't try
manipulated
that
to
actually.
accept it blindly?
I have to figure out the
No.
puzzle.
He refused to believe it. He
I only
couldn't
get like
accept
4
it.
minutes to
His
figure it
own
out, though.
life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
Screens tell me
Was it even
buttons to
possible?
press, but
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
ooh, maybe I press.
But here was the proof.
Ah.
The heart of the operation.
I have an idea.
Controls labeled with emotions.
I have an idea.
Happy or sad or content. Walking.
First, I'm gonna try
eating,
this.
Working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Got an idea. First, I'm gonna do this. But then next time, I've got a plan. I did nothing. Okay. Got a plan. In order? I've already tried that.
And when at last he found the source of... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After
It
they
was the
kept
first
you
thing I
enslaved
tried.
all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is
Yeah.
that what you wanted? Control?
Bring it, bitch.
Oh, Stanley,
I've got a plan.
I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only
I've got
so
a
much
plan.
that machine can do. You were supposed to
I'm
let
ready
it
to
go.
enact said plan.
Turn the controls off and leave. If you
What
want
if
to
I
throw
stand
my
by the
story
door?
off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll
You know your
find
number.
this
That's
pertinent,
true.
Stanley suddenly realized he had just
Doesn't go-
initiated the network's
I
emergency
could put in my number. That's not a
detonation
bad
system.
idea.
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to
door?
shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind.
I had opened
what a
this at
shame
some
we have
point.
so little time left to enjoy it. Mere
I had
moments
opened it.
until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going.
It doesn't have a
What all
number.
this means, I barely know where
2.
to start.
Okay, my plan was I'm
What's
gonna
that?
hit pink.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A
then
moment
hit
of
2.
solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you
It
exactly
did not work.
what happened to them.
Shit.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this
Yellow.
instance.
There's
of
not
the
even a
story.
yellow button.
Sometimes
Oh, there
when
is.
I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons
yellow.
endlessly and then dying alone.
Yellow 4.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see
What if
it
I press
go.
the yellow now?
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Maybe I have to
But
hit
I'm
yellow
enjoying this
4
so
times.
much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some
Wait.
extra time
Okay,
on
maybe
the
I have to hit
clock
3
while-
blues. Let's try that.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't
1
grow
blue.
on trees.
2
Oh
blue.
dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you
3
have
blue.
no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
That didn't seem to work.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Shit.
I mean, look at you.
So that's where I
Running
enter
from
it, I
button
think.
to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley?
I opened
this
that
video
door at
game can
some
be
point.
beaten? One solved?
I wonder how I
Do you
opened
have
it.
any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you.
Let's try and do
made
1, 2, 3, 4,
humble.
5 again.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it
I
go
can't make it
peacefully?
up there in time.
Another choice. Make it
My plan didn't work.
or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at
Goodbye.
every second of
Yeah.
your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Fuck. My plan did not work. Did not work. What else haven't I tried? Oh, okay, so my other idea.
All of his co-workers were gone.
There's this,
What could
though.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So So still remembering something from what I did last time. Next plan. Well, next plan has to wait. Next plan has to wait.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the
If I
door
try
on his
again.
left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
My broom
decided,
closet.
oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to coming to a staircase.
Yeah.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I think I've done most of everything. This is my plan. I wanted to find this PC and put all the inputs in. I have 3 out of 5. If I put in 5, I feel like I'll get something.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication
I didn't
of
listen
any
to him last time.
human
Let's
life.
listen to him.
What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story
I
as
let you
quickly as
talk.
possible, he didn't even have a single
More than
minute
last
to just
time.
let the narrator talk.
More than
That
last
kind
time.
of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Fine. Relaxing. We are relaxed. Deep breaths. In and out.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Thank you. I am so refreshed. Yeah, I can't put in my number actually because there's no 7. I didn't think about that. I was like, oh, there's 1 through 5 and there's 600 people. I was like, I guess it could go up to 599, but no, because it doesn't have 9s. It can only go up to...
Stanley walked
Yeah,
straight
we can
ahead
have,
through
like,
the
a-
large door that read Mind
I wanna
Control
try again.
Facility.
I opened that door at some point, though. That's the thing.
The lights
That
rose
door
on
that
an
was next to me,
enormous
it turned
room packed
green,
with
and I was
television
allowed to go in,
screens.
but it closed before
What
I got
horrible
there, which makes me
secret
think
did
it was
this
on a
place
timer.
hold? Stanley thought to
I have to
himself.
try some other
Did
things
he
to
have
solve the
strength
puzzle.
to find out?
I'm gonna solve it. Unless maybe it's not solvable. Shit.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
I don't have
Stanley's
any
coworkers.
numbers.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
It'll just be a code. There's a passcode, and then I have
This
to enter it.
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even
Try 1, 2,
possible?
3, 4, 5,
Had he
and then
truly
maybe 5, 4,
spent
3,
his
2, 1.
entire life utterly
Again.
blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with
Where's
emotions.
a 10 there?
Happy,
Wait.
or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Let's see if these have numbers. No. I think the only one that has a number is the 10 one. These terminals did surge to life during the explosion. Yeah, I think the only one that has a number is a 10. I think it's just symbols. That's a G. Yeah, so I don't think any of them have numbers. I'm checking because maybe like there's certain ones that I have to press. You know what I mean? That's a big power button. Got nothing. There's these. These come online later. Hmm. Hmm.
And when at last he found the source... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I did.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then?
So it's 2 minutes.
Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments
I think he just locks
each one
it.
of them is.
Wait,
More
what if I just
time
hit
to talk
2?
About you, about me, where we're
And a
going,
ping.
what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Okay, wait.
What's
Green.
that?
Once we hit green.
You'd like to know where your
Green with no
coworkers are.
color. Boom.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
Just green?
I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds.
Got nothing.
Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Is it always the same?
How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of
green,
fire and metal,
red,
and over
yellow,
for
pink.
all of eternity.
Fuck,
and
blue.
Stanley
That's 5.
Died again. And Stanley died again.
Fuck you,
And
dick.
Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't.
Fuck you,
It's all the same to
dirtbag.
me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Fuck! Gotta be a way to solve it. I believe.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
What? Come
misremembered.
on!
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he
Why can't I
couldn't
put
find
another
a
input
trace
in?
of it. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it
I need
didn't
one
make
more.
a single difference.
Okay, we're gonna keep
Nor
trying the
did it
explosion.
advance the story in any way.
I'm gonna keep trying the explosion while also putting inputs into that thing. That's the plan. That was my other plan, is to try and do the
When
inputs.
Stanley
on that
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
So rude.
boss's office. Hoping, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
About to become a fucking Stanley Parable speedrunner. Could.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Where freedom meant nothing.
This mind control
I'm
facility,
gonna blow it up,
was
or
too
I'm gonna
horrible
not
to
blow it
believe
up, I
it
guess.
couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept
I don't have a
it
plan,
blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept
admit
it.
I don't have a
His
plan.
own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
I'm gonna do it, though.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly
figure it out.
spent his entire
It might not
life
even be possible.
utterly
I don't know.
blind to the world?
I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Don't tell me nothing.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself.
you.
Is that
I'm gonna
what you
fucking
wanted?
solve it.
Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent,
I have two
Stanley suddenly
plans. I have
realized
two ideas.
He had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
First one is these
In the event
consoles.
that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to
You
start.
just break when you interact with them. Shit.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace
not what I meant
before
to
you're
press.
obliterated?
Red.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
Red.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you
Blue?
free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
You guys
Other
doors just
times,
destroy you.
I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing
Hello?
everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Something has to
Look
be.
at you, running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you
Five,
think
two,
that,
one?
Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But do you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off
People
each time
backup
you
power
fail.
to activate.
Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
Fuck!
No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part
Fuck
of
are
the
you?
and believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
But I only need one more input on that computer. Are there speedruns to this game? Absolutely. There's speedruns of every game.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Has to be.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I only need one more input.
When Stanley came to a set of two
I don't
open
wanna-
doors, he entered the door on his left.
Can't put any passwords though.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Okay, thank you. Does speeding in this game look fun? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't understand the game fully yet. Like, so I'm not sure what speedrunning would really entail. So I can't say that. I can't answer that. I've never seen the speedruns of this game. I only watched people play
Stanley
this
walked
game
straight ahead through the large door.
a long,
that
long
read
time ago.
Mind control
It was long enough
facility.
ago that I know like the premise of the game. Like I knew like about this mind control room and about the explosion room and about the ending room,
enormous room,
but I didn't know how to get there or
what
anything.
horrible secret
Like, it's been
did
long
this
enough. I
place
knew about the
hold?
yellow line.
Stanley thought to himself.
It's like I knew like
Did he
quite
have the
a
strength
bit of
to
details,
find
but
out?
not like where the details fell into place, if that makes sense. So it'd been long enough that I could still like play the
Now
game.
the monitors jump to life. Their true nature
That's usually my
revealed.
strategy when like if there's a
Each
game I
bore the
want to
number
play
of an
that I've seen
employee
people
in the
play
building.
is I just wait long
Stanley's
enough that it like
coworkers.
just the
lives of
memories
so
fade.
many
Do you know what I mean?
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley. one
I've
of
always
them,
wanted to play this though.
eternally monitored
I haven't
in
seen
space
anything about the
their
deluxe
freedom
edition, and I'm not gonna
control.
watch anything. I'd be excited to play the deluxe edition, but I don't own it. So
This mind
once I
control
eventually
facility,
get
was
it
too horrible
in
to
some
believe
way,
it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's
will play it.
control all this time? Was this the
And I
only
won't
reason
watch
he was
anything
happy with his
until I
boring
play
job?
it.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I don't know what else I haven't
No.
tried.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
What else
His
have I
own
not
life
tried?
In someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire
trying to
life
think.
utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking,
I don't want to try
eating,
anything
working,
different just
all of
yet,
it monitored and
because I
commanded
really
from
want to
this
fill up that
very
computer
place.
that says awaiting
And as the
input,
cold
and I just need
reality of
one
his
more
past
entry.
began to sink in.
So if I try
Stanley
anything
decided
else,
that this Oh, Stanley.
if I try anything
you didn't
else,
just activate the controls,
it might
did you?
reset the awaiting
After
input
they kept you enslaved all these years
monitor.
ago and you tried to take
So,
control of the machine for yourself, is that what you wanted?
I don't want to do that.
Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave.
I don't have any ideas this
If you
time.
want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than
Got no
that.
plans.
I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators
We'll
are
try
set to
5, 4, 3,
explode,
2, 1.
eliminating the entire complex. How long until
Imagine if there is
detonation?
no way to solve it.
Let's say
That'd be fucking amazing.
2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it,
It's like
Stanley? It's your
the game
time to
tricking
shine.
you by
You are
looking
the
like there's a way to
star.
solve
It's
it.
your
You know what I
story
mean?
now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious
not doing
moments each
anything.
one
I've not.
delivers. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to me. I erased them.
You're trying not doing
Turned off the
anything next time.
machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it,
There might
I
not
simply
even
let
be
you
able,
sit
like,
there in your
there
office
might not even
forever,
be a
pushing
way to open
buttons
it.
endlessly and then die
It might not be
alone.
possible.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside.
Pressing the
or I let it
colors
burn
doesn't
to
do
a
anything.
crisp. I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to
Dark
see it
blue
go.
one.
But I'm
Executing
sure
button.
whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious.
Is it always
additional
the
seconds,
same?
Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley?
It says
Is it
incorrect.
that you have no
though.
idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But do you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of it.
Not here in this room.
And Stanley
There's no other
died
rooms
again.
though.
And Stanley died again.
There's no other room.
And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Fuck! Well, I want to get the awaiting input screen at least. So hopefully one of the monitors will have awaiting input on it. Because if I do a different ending...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Raining.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
What?
a memo.
Never been raining before. Fuck, no monitors.
When Stanley came to a
I want to
set of
keep
two
doing
open
this
doors,
until I
he
get the
entered the
awaiting
door on his
input
left.
thing. I'll give it one more try. Because...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Fuck. If I...
Here's the door, just go.
If I, do a different ending that, like, soft locks it, it might restart me all the way. Like, and I might not get my input still. And I'm only one away. Like, if I was, like, a couple away, I wouldn't care, but I'm, like, one away. I don't want to lose the inputs, potentially.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Like, I know the escape one is... The escape one's a soft lock.
The lights rose on an
I haven't
enormous
found any
room packed
others,
with
though, to be fair.
television
We can try
screens.
something else. If I don't get it this time,
What
we'll try
horrible
something
secret
else.
did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
We'll try this one last time. I don't have any ideas for the code,
Their
though.
true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many
666.
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley,
I only have
one of
1 to
them,
5.
eternally monitored in this place.
You don't even know how many digits it is, though. It's like it's like it's not a brute forceable code.
This
Like,
mind
just
control facility,
like impossible.
it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under
Does he have no
someone's
idea
control
what, like,
all
the
this
inputs
time?
are?
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I don't know.
No,
666.
he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart
Here
of
was
the
the
operation.
proof.
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working.
Nothing else in
all
this
of it
room,
monitored
though.
and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
We've already gotten the good ending. I don't know if we've gotten the true ending.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just.
We could try doing
activate the
nothing,
controls,
actually, yeah.
did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go.
Sit back.
Turn the controls off.
Let it in.
And leave. If you want to
Accept
throw my
our
story off
fate.
track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
Accept
I'm
our
afraid
fate.
You don't have nearly the power you
The
think
death.
you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent.
I accept
Stanley
death.
suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time
She's
left
so
to
mad.
enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
So mad.
But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
Erased them?
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
That's a minute
Time
and
doesn't grow on trees.
20. No, a minute and
Oh,
19
dear me,
seconds.
What's the matter, Stanley?
No.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going
21.
or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
I don't know that it
Do you think
will.
that, Stanley?
Yeah.
That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this
I think they
place
put
is?
in just enough mechanics to make you
But you
think
really
that you can
believe
solve
there's
it,
an
but you
answer?
can't.
How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution?
I don't think you
10,
can solve it.
100, 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the
He's
bomb
so
go
fucking
off
mad.
each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
I feel like I have more time.
And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's
No.
30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Yeah, we got nothing. Until I get some kind of indication of something I could do there, I think we're done going back there. I'm hoping we'll find an input.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Come on. I just need one. Fuck. It might be on a random monitor. That's what I'm thinking. It might be on a random monitor every time around.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I do want to admire it. It's a nice room.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
The fuck?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysterious but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Up there is the
Look,
wife
Stanley,
ending.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. But fuck, they reset. Okay, I'm gonna press every button. I don't care, I'm gonna press every one. Fuck, I need to remember what color. Okay, I started, wait. Is there any that aren't repeating? There is, okay, there's a way we can do this, okay? There's a way we can do this. I'm gonna pick a color. Wait. I can only press so many. I don't think there's any way I can press them all. Fuck, it's really hard to press the ones up top. Fuck! I don't think there's anything here. Fuck! Okay, fuck your buttons. Shit. I don't know if there's anything else.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't know if there's anything
Stanley
else
decided to go to the meeting room.
that I haven't
Perhaps he
done.
simply missed a memo.
Is there anything I haven't done? I'm trying to think.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
A tingle.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
If I go right out here, I'm pretty sure it leads me to the
Stanley was
store
so bad
room.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I don't want to
I'm
do
not
the
your
wife
enemy,
thing. The
really,
wife
I
thing
know.
seems bad.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story is... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to
A
you?
little bit, yeah.
Well, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
To be fair,
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked
I haven't
through
tried-
the red door.
I haven't tried the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's
Yeah, I
out
do.
there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
Well,
And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give
Ooh,
me some
okay,
feedback.
sure.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling.
Okay.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay. Stanley Parable, worldwide leaderboard. Oh shit, let's go. Oh shit, that's kind of cool. Skip the intro sequence. Only the worst three chose the blue door. Wow. Wow. This is you. Wow.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Yes.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Sure.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Fair enough.
I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh god. Okay. Goodbye.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely...
That's as long as I can keep up with that.
I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done.
It's like fucking
over.
Desert Bus.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Sure, why not?
Let's see. What do we have here?
Bubble Snap?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What are we gonna play now?
Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I had absolutely nothing to do with. But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley.
That's great.
Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this,
Find
Stanley.
a mine and craft.
I'm going to build a house.
Okay. Oh shit.
This will go here.
Hell yeah.
Go here. And then... Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course. And just to finish it all
Hell
off...
yeah.
Yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley.
Yeah, good job.
Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy.
It literally is Minecraft. The cloud
But you've only seen it from the outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable.
I feel like this is a trap. What if I don't? It's still daytime. It's still daytime. I shouldn't go out there just yet. I should, you know, do some mining and some crafting, maybe. You know, I don't really want to go in there. Fine.
Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond
Expensive.
everything. Yes, yes, yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Dude, I'm actually playing Minecraft. Even got music.
Oh my, it looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light?
Not. Can I have one? It is getting dark.
Oh, no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more
God,
narrow
you can hear
and
even the
linear.
noises.
Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't save this one. Okay, new game.
You can hear the monsters. That's fucking great. What's the next game gonna be? Portal! Let's go!
Yes, I don't even know what this game is, but I love it. You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now
This is
I'm
great.
curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is. It's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. You're forte.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Genius. No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games, and I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here. You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me, I've had enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video game, you can just sit there and let it ball up inside you for all eternity. I don't need your advice. I don't need your ratings. And I certainly don't need the validation of a man whose job is to push buttons. I think I'll just go about my business, making meaningful cultural contributions to the world. And perhaps every now and then, I'll think back to a man named Stanley who was objectively wrong in every decision he ever made. The thought won't last long. Goodbye, Stanley. Good luck with your work. And I sincerely hope that everyone lives happily ever after.
Oh, joke's on him. I can make my own entertainment. Oh. Oh. On my radio. Sedge. Very dark. I can't see anything. Filing cabinets. Hello? Mr. Narrator, I think I've fallen into the back rooms. Send help. Hello? It's very dark in here, Mr. Narrator. I feel like there's gonna be some scary monsters. Oh. And playing Five Nights at Freddy's, apparently. Oh.
I wonder what he found.
Oh.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it.
I do
He'll
miss my
understand
radio.
soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end.
A little
sense
bit.
out of the chaos.
Yeah, but
and
he
the
needs
fear
me
and the
too.
confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end
I'll
will be
be
here
back.
soon. Very soon. I can wait.
The end is never the end.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
I mean, I could go back to heaven. Heaven didn't really help me, though. I think I've done, like, everything.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
What
doors,
haven't I done?
he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before.
Do we have feelings for this room?
Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room?
Maybe.
I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh my god, I ship it.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do.
I can look at the achievements. Wait. Click on door 435 times. There's an achievement. Also an achievement just called 8888888. Speedrun. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Try that. I think I've done everything now, genuinely.
Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I think I've done everything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
What?
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
But...
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times.
Okay. Yeah.
I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22,
No,
23,
I'm still
24,
not feeling it.
25,
I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true
28,
reward for valiant
29,
effort. I want to see
30,
some hustle,
31,
Stanley. I want to see
32,
commitment,
33,
a willingness to go all the way,
34,
no matter what the cost.
35,
Why don't you go
36,
put 20 clicks
37,
into door number
38,
417?
29, 30. Wait, did I get to 40? I think I got to 40. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30. Okay, I definitely put over the amount of clicks. What was the other door he said? 417? He said 417, right?
Oh, Great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay. Where's door 437?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay. Do that.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
I think he's just trolling me.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Getting so excited.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
I had fun.
Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Oh yeah. It says I like work. I just hate my boss. He was getting so into it. Yeah, he was. He was. Isn't this room not always here? This room isn't always here, right? I don't think this room is always here. This one. I could be wrong.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
I want to see
knew
my
it
one true
perfectly
love.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
My one true love.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
What the fuck?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I should try and complete the game. As
Stanley
quickly
was
as
so
possible.
bad at following directions, it's incredible.
4
he
minutes
wasn't
and 22
5 years
seconds,
ago.
it said.
Look, Stanley, I think... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley
Alright, let's
left
try and
from
get
the
the-
platform and plunged to his death.
Let's try and get the speedrunner
Good
achievement.
job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I know how to do it. Well, I know how to get where I'm going. Go. We're
All
zooming.
of his co-workers were
We're
gone.
zooming.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm a speedrunner. Yeah, see, that door isn't always there. That's so weird.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I am indeed a speedrunner. I have speedran things before.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Find the apex, yep. Gotta hit the racing lines.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
I don't know.
Of so many individuals reduced to.
I mean, I assume it wants me to do the normal ending, right?
One of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under?
I don't know. This feels like too long.
This time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been
4 minutes, 22
manipulated
seconds?
to accept it blindly?
This feels too long.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Which way does it open?
His
I think it
own
opens this
life
way.
in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley... blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
I don't think this is going to be fucking 4 minutes, 22 seconds. This feels too long.
Reflected on how many puzzles
This feels way too long.
Unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight
Come on,
streamed into
motherfucker!
the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
There we go.
A feeling of liberation.
What's that, 4 minutes, 22
immense
seconds?
Possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Apparently not. What the fuck? What the fuck? I got robbed. I got robbed. He talks too much. 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Should I fucking boot up the live split? The narrator, not you. I assumed you meant the narrator. I'm fucking booting up the live split, bro. Bring it. Bring it the fuck on. You can't put in a speedrun achievement and not expect me to do it. I'm doing it. I'm booting up the live split. What are my buttons for my live split again? I haven't done it in a long time. Oh, I can't use numpad anymore. I use numpad for other things now. I guess I'll do oh, I switched it to like brackets, didn't I? Didn't save though. I'll do like open bracket for start. I'll do close bracket for pause for now. All right. I think it's window capture, right? Yeah, perfect. There you go. Got a live split. Let me just double check that this works. We're gaming. Wait. What's the button to restart? Oh shit, I need a restart button now. Reset can be slash. There we go. Cool. Alright, we're gaming. Gaming.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Okay. I'm gonna go jump off and then we'll
When
reset.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Maybe I
Stanley
have
knew it
to
perfectly well.
start the game over.
Perhaps he
though.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I think I've done everything though. I can't think of anything I haven't done.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
What was down the spooky basement? Oh, the spooky basement was the dream. Yeah, with Mariella.
Look, Stanley, I think... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story
We've
and
done
no
everything.
one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Begin the game again. Here we go. I'm gonna save first. Okay. Begin the game again. We're going.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
Got
of
slightly
disbelief,
stuck on the chair.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
If there's a loading screen, which I think there is about to be, I can hit pause. It does not count loading times, it said. Oh, fuck, I wasn't moving. Shit.
Stanley walked straight ahead
Kinda
through
bad.
the large door that read Mind Control
I couldn't hold
Facility.
W, I had to, like, start pressing W. I'm annoying. This part takes so long with the waiting.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And
I don't know.
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I might have to
This
just
mind
start the game.
control facility. It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life
It'll be
in
close.
someone else's
It
control.
will be close.
Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided...
So load screen here? Slight load screen. Alright. Now you just wait.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
I just want to see. I mean, there's no way I did this faster than last time.
Freedom was mere moments away.
Did the door take a minute to close open?
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Well, he said he erased.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
I think I've done everything.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand.
I don't think it's gonna do it.
But to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go.
How are you supposed to do it in 4 minutes 22?
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed.
It'd be close.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Man, that's like so close.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
I wonder where I lost the time.
The feeling of liberation. The immense possibility of the new
I didn't hold
path
W
before
leaving
him.
the thing.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Alright, we're gonna try again. The achievement says complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes 22 seconds, not including load times. Only 6.2% of people have it. Well, the thing is that this is a goal set by the developer, which means that they basically like put it right at the cusp. Like basically they would have timed everything and said, okay, like perfect is 4 minutes 20, so we'll put the achievement at 4 minutes 22. You know what I mean? Fuck. Oh, is this? Oh. Wait. What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But that was just a...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Well, where were all the
Perhaps he wanted to
offices?
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
But all the offices
But
were
eager
gone.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Where'd all the
Look,
offices go?
Stanley, I think... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and
Strange.
plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone
Very
thinks you are
strange.
very powerful.
Very strange. Now the offices are here. Does this take me to heaven? Okay. Alright. So I guess I just hit begin the game. Fuck, I start look. But
I
now,
can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it.
What?
Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
I wanna
and
visit the
Stanley knew it
lounge.
perfectly well. Perhaps
I
he
like the
wanted to stop
lounge.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay,
Fuck. Just okay.
but eager to get
Okay. Just gonna start the timer now. Fuck. I got stuck.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally.
I'm gonna start again. There you go. That was a
All
good
of his
fucking.
co-workers were gone.
That was good.
What could it mean?
That was
Stanley decided to go
good.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And we're going a little bit faster for sure.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
All my
screens.
fucking achievements.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have
want
the
my
strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility.
I think I'm faster
it was
here,
too
right? I think this is
horrible to
definitely
believe
faster.
It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began
Don't know
to
if it'll be
sink in,
fast enough.
Stanley decided.
Hoping and praying.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes.
I think it took
He
a
had
minute
won.
last time for
He
it to
had
actually
defeated
open
the
it.
machine.
But I think I was
Unshackled
faster.
himself from someone else's command.
I think I was
Freedom
faster,
was
but not
mere
sure if it was
moments
fast
away.
enough. I think that like
Even as
you
the
have to get
immense
that
doors
the
filled
thing where
open,
the room just
Stanley
instantly goes into the
reflected on how many
fucking the
puzzles
choices.
still lay unsolved.
I don't know how you do
Where
that.
had his co-workers
Maybe it's
gone?
random.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, It will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt
I don't
the
know.
cold
I don't
breeze
know.
upon his skin.
I think
The
that if
feeling
I
of
didn't have to
liberation,
walk through the
immense
things.
possibility of the new path before him. This was
I don't remember
exactly
when I got
way,
the achievement last
right
time.
now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah. I think I need the whatchamacallit. 2 seconds. It's not gonna be exact because I don't have like I'm pausing for the load times. I need this not to be here. I need it to be see, this is it. Okay, let's restart. Does this work? No, see, look, now there's an office here. So I think it's just random. But now there's just notes everywhere.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
I have to restart until I get the right layout. Not the right layout. Not the right layout. The live split's just for extra. Need to get the right layout. Fuck. It's not giving me it anymore though. It gave me it. Maybe it only gives it to you the first time you finish the game. Like maybe hitting that button. Maybe I quit to menu, then begin the game. Yeah, there we go. There we go. This is it. This is it. This is it. I got a good entry out of the doorway too.
He entered the door on his left.
This should be fucking easy mode. That cuts down so much travel time.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
A little bit of weak stairs there though. I got stuck on the door frame a little bit.
Here's the door, just go.
There's a little bit of a load screen here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
This is gotta be it. This is so much faster.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was
The
too
end door
horrible
takes
to
about a
believe
minute.
It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone
Could be a
else's
bit close.
control? Never.
But it's intended to be
It was
close by the
unthinkable,
developer.
wasn't it?
Whoever made the
Was it even
achievement.
possible?
They like
Had he
tested
truly
it and saw
spent
how
his
quickly you
entire
could beat
life
the game, and they were like, alright,
utterly
we'll set an achievement
blind
just
to
a
the
little bit over the
world?
fast as possible.
But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
You have to work for it,
happy
but
or sad or content. Walking, eating,
know it's possible.
working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided.
It's gonna be so close. But I think it will be fast enough, just barely.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
The door does take like about a minute
Was it
though.
over? Yes.
Like 10 seconds
He had
faster.
won.
Yeah, they're cutting out
He
those
had defeated
hallways.
the machine, unshackled himself
Cutting out those
from
hallways is
someone
huge.
else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand,
32
but
seconds.
to let go.
Should be
No
fast
longer
enough.
would
I
anyone
think
tell
it's
him
gonna be
where
real
to go,
close.
what to do, or
But
how
by
to
design, so we should be
Whatever
good.
life he lives, it will be his. And that
Remember,
was
the license
all
plate isn't
he needed to
exact
know.
either.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
Ah, easy.
Stanley stepped through the open door.
Although there is the ending talking. Hey, I got the
Stanley
achievement. Let's
felt
go.
the cool breeze upon his skin.
What was that? That was like
Feeling
4:15 or
liberation,
something like that, right?
the
4:16?
immense possibility of the new path before him.
I wonder what the actual
This was
speedrun
exactly the
leaderboards
way,
are.
right now.
I wonder if
the
you can do
things were
faster
meant
than
to
that
happen.
by like much, or if it's only like a
And
couple
Stanley
seconds. I could definitely
was
see how you could shave off like a couple seconds, but it'd be like very like optimizations. I mean, that's getting into like fucking Super Mario Bro territory. Like, you would not be able to do that much that faster unless there's broken shit you can do. Let me see. I'll look up the speedrun leaderboards. Let's see. I also want to see if there's any other endings. Stanley Parable. People do 12 endings, 21 endings. 21 endings? How do you, what endings are there? So there's 21 endings apparently, right? There's 21 endings. Apartment, pretty sure I got that ending. Art, which I assume is the other ending. Art takes 4 hours. No way. Is it actually the baby game? Do you actually have to sit there and play it for 4 hours? Oh my god, you fucking do. You actually have to sit there and play it for 4 hours. That is insane. That is insane. What? What? So, there's Zending, which I don't think I accomplished. Whiteboard, which I don't think I accomplished. But whiteboard takes 2 seconds, apparently. Voiceover, Stuck, Space, Song, Serious, Secret Disco, Reluctant, Museum, Insane, Heaven, Games, Freedom, Escape Pod, Death, Countdown, Confusion, Cold Feet, Choice, Broom Closet, Art, and Apartment. I could never, unless you muted it. Yeah, that's immediately where my mind went to. Mute it. So it's actually kind of interesting because people speedrun, and the way that they do the speedruns is they do all 21 endings, or 12. There is one that does 12. I wonder what 12 endings they do. Let me see the rules. Category. You must complete the 12 endings in any order. Insane. That wasn't listed in the 21 that I just listed, did I? Did I say insane? I did. Museum. I did museum. Okay, if we go through the list, right? If we go through the list of everything that I did. Zending is a question mark. Here, I'm going to fucking make a WordPad. Okay. WordPad. I wish there was a DLC that or a achievement that said achieve all endings. So Zending is a question mark. Whiteboard is a question mark. Voiceover is a question mark. Stuck is a question mark. Space, I'm pretty sure I did. Song is a question mark. Serious is also a question mark. Secret Disco, I don't know what that is. Reluctant, I definitely did. I'm pretty sure Space was the one where he wanted us to stay in the space room forever and look at the pretty lights. Reluctant is staying inside the room. I'm almost certain of that because it's tied, which when something's tied like that for speedruns, it's usually like a secret ending, like the game just ends if you don't do anything, like Far Cry 4. And that's exactly what this game has, so I'm pretty sure. Museum is dying in the room. Insane, I guess, is going down and dying underneath the thing. I've done that as well. Heaven, I've also done. Games, I'm pretty sure, is the Minecraft and Portals one. Freedom, I've done. Escape Pod, I've not done. Don't know what that is. Death, I'm pretty sure, is just die in any way. Countdown is explode, I'm pretty sure. Because it's 6 minutes, 20 or 19 seconds long is the world record, which is exactly on the thing. Like, it's extra. Confusion ending, we did the confusion ending. Cold feet, I assume, is not answering the phone. Choice is the... not the line, actually. So I don't know what choice is, actually. Broom closet is also a question mark. They do that in 9 seconds. And then art is the fucking 4 hours long pressing the fucking button. Fuck me, that's insane. And then apartment I did. So I've actually done most of the endings. I've done most of the endings. I've made myself a word pad. I've done like half, actually. I'm pretty sure I've done about half. I can try and do a couple of the other ones that I can think of. But, I mean, art is literally 4 hours. Escape pod, I don't know what escape pod is. Whiteboard. Voiceover, stuck, song, serious, secret disco. I don't want to look up how to achieve them. I would like to get all the endings though. That would be cool. Let me Google. How many endings does Stanley Parable have? 19 endings to find. With Ultra Deluxe including an additional 24 endings. That's insane. Ooh, okay. Well, I know how to do,
All of his co-workers were gone.
I know how to do
what
one.
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
We'll go and do
Eager
this
to get back to
call,
business,
and then we'll
Stanley took
not
the
pick it up.
first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
The only thing I would like
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
is
I'm
a
not
way
sure
to
anyone
tell you all the
really
endings.
I realize that
Like, not
investing your
tell you how to
trust
get
in
them,
someone else
but
can
give
be
you, like,
difficult, but the
just
fact
like,
is that the
a
story
game I
has
play
been
that's
about
kind of
nothing but you
similar-ish
all this time.
is, in terms of the
Someone
ending
you've been
mechanics,
neglecting, Stanley.
is please don't touch anything, and it
Someone
just
you've
has little
forgotten
lights
about.
for each
Please,
ending. So
stop
maybe
trying
just
to
in
make every
Stanley's
decision
room,
by yourself.
just having like a
I'm
calendar,
not asking for me,
and he like
I'm asking for her.
notches off all the dates.
This is it, Stanley.
That would be fucking
Your
amazing.
chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
Alright, we're not gonna answer.
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to
Last time I
her.
just picked it up
If
instantly.
you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife. And the
No,
two
you
pledge
fucking
themselves to
liar.
music
You
comes
lying
in, fade to
bastard.
white, roll credits.
You
Not
lying
picking up the phone
bastard.
is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real
shit.
person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
This might be the choice
But if
ending.
used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Stephen has a choice. He could spend years helping improve the quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations. Or he could systematically set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer radius of his house. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What is a back, sack, and crack?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Fair.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
Fair.
That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay. Okay, well this is the choice ending then. What choice does he want me to do again?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Okay.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Fine. Fine.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? Correct? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do?
Well, it's a choice.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
What if I don't want you to? I think he shut her down.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Wow.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
What?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
I don't think the game's doing
sure
well.
You'll be up to the task. Just
The game inside the game, not the actual game.
Right.
Game is fine.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
What if I don't
doors,
want to?
he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Okay.
Behave exactly as Stanley
Might want me
would.
to go to the left.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Might want me to go
I'm
to the
sure
left.
You'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
My broom closet. Being rude.
Coming to a staircase,
Oh.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I can't do anything. There's no options. The broom closet wasn't open? Oh. Everything's very different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this until he saw
like an
the
entirely
door
different
with
game.
a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his
Night Shark
questions.
115.
And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Wait, do I actually have to say it? Night Shark 115? No, it didn't work.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Night Shark
He spoke it
115.
into the receiver,
No, it
right
doesn't work.
there on the wall.
I can't speak. Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
No,
You didn't mishear
I
me,
can't
did you?
talk.
Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115. Fuck
Okay,
you.
Fine. You're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this
They're
far.
fun if
only
actually-
for you
yeah.
to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one
I-
single thing, for your respect.
I
The
can't
kind
do
of
it.
Respect Stanley shows for his choices.
I tried.
He knows what it means to take a story
I tried.
seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could
I
have gone through the
did.
door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. When Stanley came to a
Oh.
set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello?
Oh.
Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Aww.
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
The credits.
The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can
Aw.
work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there?
Who Likes to Party by Kevin MacLeod. Whoa, I want to listen to that. That song's great.
You need time to decide. Time to make sure.
How do I
your
unlock
choice
that
is
song?
right. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide.
That shit's a
what you want
jam.
to do. Take as much time as you need.
Poor Stanley. Poor Mr. Narrator, man. I think that would be the
All of his
choice.
co-workers were gone.
I think that's the choice ending. I really wish there was a way to know which endings I've gotten and like how to get them, right? I really can't imagine there's that many other endings. It's kind of crazy to me. Like, how would I even trying to think what else I could have done?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's like
No matter how hard Stanley looked,
There is
he
about
couldn't find a
9
trace of his co-workers.
there's about 9 other endings. There's about 9 other endings I haven't gotten.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor
Just
did
crazy.
it advance the story in any way.
That's a lot of endings. I think if I begin the game again. No. There's a whiteboard ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wait, there's no can't interact with it. There's no projector. Oh, it's on the ceiling. Oh no. There is a
Coming to a staircase,
Was there anything
Stanley
else
walked
downstairs?
upstairs
Let's try
to
downstairs
his boss's
again.
office.
No, this just goes
But
straight into the
Stanley
crazy
just
one.
couldn't do it.
Yeah.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he
Yeah, this
taken...
is just the same ending. I don't know how to... I don't have any indication of where the other endings would be. I'm trying to think.
This is the...
Oops. Okay. Don't need the buttons. Don't need heaven. We're fine. We don't need to hang out in heaven. Let's wait in here. Fuck. I just want to see if I can interact with the phone. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Welcome to the whiteboard ending. Oh, okay. That's a bark. Okay, I guess I got the whiteboard
Stanley
ending.
went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Kinda
Stanley
cute.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just
Maybe
to admire it.
cold feet. Ah,
It
I
was
know.
okay.
I know what cold feet probably is. Wait a second.
But eager to get back to
Wait
business,
a second.
Stanley took
I
the
thought
first
cold feet
open
was
door
not
on his
picking up
left.
the phone. Cold feet is going to be picking up the phone. It's just not entering the apartment.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
That's what it
incredible he
is.
wasn't fired years ago.
That's what it is.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone
I can
you've
get rid of the live
forgotten
split. We're
about.
not actually speedrunning.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
We'll pick up the phone. But we will not walk into the apartment. Even if she offers us bread, we will deny. It's 427.
Hey,
Is this...
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out out of the oven.
I don't want your bread.
All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
I can't go. I can't leave. I don't think.
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
Fuck, what is the cold
Did
feet
you
then,
actually
maybe?
think you had a loving wife?
I thought I had a
They
choice
want
not to
commit
go
their
in.
life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in
Yeah,
my
I can't
story
leave.
now.
What if I just don't do what it
This
tells
is a
me?
very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
No. What if I just don't do it? What happens? How can you resist bread? I don't know. It's too difficult. I've gotten most of them. I don't want to know how to do them. I know what art is. Art is the baby game. Then there's Broom Closet, which was a really short one. Cold Feet, which was another really short one. Don't know how to do that one. Skate Pod, which is interesting. Secret Disco. Serious. Song. Voiceover. And Zending. And Stuck. Not very descriptive. Not very descriptive.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that
Maybe I
he
should
pushes
try and push
is
a
a
different
reminder of
button.
the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Can't press anything else, I don't think.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now
I don't think
he's
there's anything I
going
can do
home.
here.
Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries
the
of
boss's
new
office.
lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a
Cruelty
reminder
Squad.
that none of
That's
it
a
would
game.
ever happen to him.
It's a very wacky game.
And so he began to fantasize
Very
about his
wacky
own
game.
job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with
he
the
went further.
boys.
He imagined that he came to two open doors
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
and that
like,
he could
there's no
go
choices
through
here.
either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
That makes me
As he
think
wandered
that
through this fantasy world, he began to fill it
every
with
time I
many possible
restart, there
paths
might
and
be potential for
destinations.
different things.
Down
if that
one
makes
path
sense.
lay an enormous round room
You know what I
with
mean?
monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
True.
And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly
No
be?
wife, Pepe
In
Hands.
reality, all he's doing is pushing
Always
the same buttons he
alone.
always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me?
I don't know.
How can I
I
tell
wonder
him
how
in a way
long
that
I'd
he'll
have to wait.
understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Please die. Wow. So toxic. So something I can try is
All of his
one, hitting the begin the game button over and over again. Seeing if I get anything different.
all of his co
Sometimes it gives you different things.
all of his co
This is like the speedrun one.
all of his co-workers
There's one where he talks about it being really bright outside. There's one where it's raining.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
I want to try,
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So confusion is downstairs. That is to death, space, and death, space, and the phone call.
And so he detoured through the maintenance
If I
section,
go to
walked
the
straight ahead
museum,
to the opposite door, and got back on track.
it will talk about the it will talk about the Zending. Maybe with that I can find some information on how to get the Zending. Because
Yet there was not a
in
single
the museum
person
there was
here
some
either.
information.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's try that. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Nice. Elevator music. Gotta love it. Oh, yes, it's Stanley. How long is this elevator ride? Hello? Take a drink then. let's just wait, I guess. Mr. Narrator forgot to in the elevator, maybe. I'd like to get all the endings, but I don't want to Google them, because that's lame. I mean, I've gotten most of them. There's what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? There's 10. 10 out of 21. I mean, there is the art one. It takes 4 fucking hours. I'm not sure I want to do that one. We're just gonna wait. See what happens. Getting bored now. I mean, it's different audio. So I'm more inclined to stay because there's different audio playing. Didn't catch what he said there. Maybe it's just, I think the elevator probably just has the illusion of making noise, like, or moving. I mean, I don't think we're actually moving. He said all together now. Not sure there's anything here. Might just be an elevator. Oh. But now I'm going up. Well, what if I go up? I was going down before. What if we go up? It might just be nothing. Give it like 30 seconds. Alright, nothing's fucking happening. Let me out. Can't go in the executive bathroom, can I? Oh. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the bosses suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the bosses suffers losses, then that's what the boss chose. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here, sadly.
Here's the door, just go.
What if I put in 115? You gotta remember Night Shark 115, right? Let's try putting it in. Let's see if I can put in Night Shark. Or put in just 115. We'll try that. Might be the passcode. Maybe it is. You never know.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control.
That'll take me to the
Facility.
museum. If I go to the museum, it might give me some info on this ending.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I want to get all the endings. The only thing that I'm not liking about the game so far is that it doesn't tell you about all the endings. So like you won't know that they exist without Googling. And a lot of the time then you'll experience spoilers. You know what I mean? It'd be nice if they just had like I said, I think a great idea would be a calendar after you beat the game inside Stanley's room, or maybe as you beat the game, or like before you beat the game. There's a calendar, and there's a whole bunch of days on it, and each day has like a word assigned to it. And then as you get each ending, it scratches it off. So your mind is like, oh, because like you would have seen all the words on the calendar to start the game with. And you would have been like, what the fuck? These words don't make any sense. You know what I mean? They're just random words assigned to each day. And then once you check one of them off, your mind will think back to what you had just experienced and think, that word is related to what I experienced. You know what I mean?
Wasn't it?
And then you'll be like, these all must be other endings.
Spent his entire life utterly blind.
I feel like that would have been like a really good way to do it.
But here was the proof, the heart of the operation.
Because not
Controls
knowing
labeled with emotions,
the endings is
happy
kind of
or
not
sad
great. Like,
or
I think
content,
any game with multiple
walking,
endings should tell you
eating,
that there's multiple
working,
endings.
all of it
And tell you
monitored
how
and
many there
commanded from
is.
this
Not
very
how to get
And as
them
the
or
cold
what
reality
to
of his
do or anything,
past
but like
began
just
to
how
sink
many
in,
there is,
Stanley
and
decided that this machinery...
just that they
Stanley,
exist.
You didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Because if you don't tell them that they exist,
how
do you expect people to find them?
Yourself?
You know what I
Is
mean?
that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off.
Game has a lot? Yeah, I had to Google it,
If you want to
sadly.
throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
But thankfully I
I'm
didn't.
afraid you don't have
I
nearly
didn't,
the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you're
Thankfully I didn't get any
finding this
spoilers.
Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine
Ending is all it has, to be honest. I mean, that's how these games work, so.
identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode.
Not like a bad
eliminating the
thing.
entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the
This is the
star.
only-
It's your
this is all I
story
got.
now. Shape it
I'm
to
gonna
your
try this.
heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them
I think I
is.
pressed it multiple
More
times.
time to talk about you.
Who's
About
talking?
me. Where we're going.
Yeah.
What all this
I think I put
means,
5
and
one
I
more
barely
one.
know where to start.
Let's try this.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
I don't think it made a
I
noise that
erased
time.
them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply
too
let you
fucking
sit there in
loud.
your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and
Need to
then
listen.
dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to
Definitely
make
press
sense of everything
511
and
that
take
time.
back the control
Try
wrested
this.
away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go.
Fuck.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you, running from button to button, screen
Yeah, I
to
think we're
screen,
dead.
clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in
So
this
rude.
place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000?
I think it's
I
been
look
like
forward to
5
finding
now?
out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail.
It's been like 5.
Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of
About
eternity.
5.
And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
He's very mean.
And Stanley died
Yes,
again.
yes. I died a whole bunch of times.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
So
30
rude.
seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another
got nothing.
choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment
Ah.
we say, happily ever up.
Where's the fridge I can hide in? Need a fridge. If I had a fridge, I would be okay. I'd be able to live if I had a fridge.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a
Don't
matter
play the
of
deluxe
time
edition. I do
before
not
he found
have the
others,
deluxe edition.
wherever they were.
And I
Just
thought
a
it'd be
matter of
fun
time.
to play the normal edition first anyways.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, let's do the museum. Because it might give information
Yet
on
there
the
was not a
Zending.
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
If we do the museum, then we can find info. Maybe. And check out the To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate that.
Here's the door.
The original is kind of redundant, actually. That's fair. Because I think they included all the original game in the deluxe edition. But the deluxe edition just has more stuff added on top. Or the demo as well. Interesting. Is the demo different to the base game?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
No,
Facility.
I will not. I refuse.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that
Why
at
would
the
you
end
write
of the
escape
call,
on
Stanley
a
would meet his
death
final
passage?
death.
Just saying. Seems kind of
The door
misleading.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on
little
track.
bit misleading.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward
Yes.
and willingly confront his death.
Yes. I get to visit a nice museum before I die. Like heaven.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from
That's
a
the
blind
horrible
man.
analogy.
So he
Just
decided
because they don't use them to
he
see doesn't
accepted
mean that
this
you
violent
can't
end
take
to his
their
brief and
eyeballs.
shallow life.
But I mean, I guess it is of no consequence. That's only if they're like fully blind, though, because obviously it's like
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator,
what would be the word for
as
it?
Stanley was led helplessly
Variances
into
of
the
blindness?
enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
I mean, at least it isn't painful.
And yet it would be just a
there's
few
anything in
minutes
here.
before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
Because rooms like this can be
What
very
exactly
sneaky.
did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Makes me wonder if there's anything else in here. Walk around a little bit. Let's see. I mainly just came here because it might have some information on the Zending. Is kind of what I'm thinking. It doesn't look like there's anything here. How far back does the wall go? Holy shit, it goes really far back. Okay. Anything? There's nothing. Okay. She'll go in. I don't think they'd hide something like super hidden. Because they want you to find it in theory, right? If it's like something that they put work into. That's like one thing with games, is that like, if you put work into something, you don't want it to be too hidden. You know what I mean?
Becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do
I
you
want
see
to
now?
find...
Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I find... Many people overlook the demo. If it's different, then yeah, I'd be down to give it a try for sure. I didn't realize it was different. This is the apartment timer. Yeah, so that's the what the game actually is. That top one there. It's kind of cool to get like info on the game from a thing inside the game, like something you're not supposed to see, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Other entrance would be hidden. Yeah, Zending. Early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Nah, this doesn't really give me any info. Oh. Which is frustrating for everyone. An ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. I think I've looked at everything in here, though. Pretty certain. Yeah. If I go back, I just become dead. I just become dead.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
I wonder if I can walk behind it. Yeah. If I turn it off, I just go back and die. Wasn't anything else in here, right? I've seen everything, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Did not give me any, not really give me any info. Did not really get any info. Can't think of anything else that I can do.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
How did I do the choice thing again?
But listen to me. You can
I
still
unplugged
save these
it.
two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this.
It's just that easy. It's just that easy, dude. It's just that easy. Just that easy.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was
Literally so easy, yeah.
all of his co-workers were gone.
I'm curious if I can get any other secret endings by just restarting.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Is he not gonna fucking do the achievement? Come on. Talk to me, motherfucker. You can actually tell that the, that's funny, you can actually tell that the copy machine is interactable. Because that's actually something you can use to find out other stuff.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in
Because
the office.
when you
but it didn't
interact
make a
with
single
something-
difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
When you interact with something that actually does something, it doesn't make a noise. Like when you interact with an actual interactable. Like this pot. Because if I just click the open air, it makes a noise every time. Maybe I'm wrong though. 'Cause I don't think that pot would be interactable.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way
There's
to the
only,
meeting room, and Stanley knew it
like
perfectly
one other
well.
thing that I think I can try.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
that, I think we're
just to
done.
admire it. It was okay.
After that, I think we're done.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Cause
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I can try that.
Look, Stanley,
I haven't been
think
in there in
perhaps
a
we've
while.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize
I
that
can try
investing
going in
your
there. I
trust
haven't been in there in
someone
a
else
while.
can be difficult, but the fact... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
I'm pretty sure
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
If I try walking through the blue door, he just doesn't like it.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked
don't
through
like
the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley.
Oh, this
is
is the game ending,
what's
right?
out there? You want to find out what lies at the
Or
end of
what
this
is this
road
ending?
you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see?
Oh yeah, this is.
There's nothing here.
So wait,
I
is
haven't
this
even
this is
finished
the
building
game
this
one?
section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Yeah, this is the
Broken
game one.
rooms, exposed developer textures.
So the
Is this
choice
what you
one-
wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire
God, it's
story
starting to
I'd
meld
written out
together.
specifically for you?
It's starting to meld
You don't
together.
think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help
wanna get the
elucidate the
secret
strange
disco.
and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made
the
this
party.
game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work
Jump
with
button.
Me. You've given me absolutely nothing
Wanna
so
be able to
far.
jump.
Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Sure.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where
What
we
if I
were
just
before.
jumped?
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me
One.
about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the
One.
game benefited from allowing you
No.
more choices?
It was the illusion
Feel
of
free
choice.
To be honest, I'm
I went
looking
through
for
the other
some
door.
real critical feedback here.
I went to the other door.
A one? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a one?
A one.
That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
It's the illusion of choice. It's bullshit.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard?
I didn't even
helps
notice
you
the
feel
competitive leaderboard
motivated
this
to
time.
keep walking through doors.
No, one.
Again, honest answers, please.
One.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been
No.
working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
I'm not playing your
You
game.
wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Don't fucking
In this game, the baby crawls left.
play this for
towards
4 hours.
You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches
Imagine
the far,
actually having to play this for 4
It's
hours.
a very meaningful game. All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly
People have.
confronting the demands of
Lots of
family
people
life.
have. Lots
I
of
think the
people
artwork
actually have.
will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Goodbye. I think I've already. I don't think there's anything here though.
Bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out.
The button is
I'm done.
so annoying
It's
too.
over. Thank you for playing. Your
Like
input
not
was
only the
extremely-
baby crying, but like the button itself makes like a meh whenever you fucking press it. And you have to press it constantly.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Honestly, I think I'm pretty much
When
done.
Stanley came to
I
a
know
set
there's
of
more
2
stuff,
open
but
doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm out of ideas. I'm out of
Yet
ideas.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I want my broom closet. So mean. So fucking mean.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
We can ride the
walks
elevator.
upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's ride the elevator while we wait. Oh, let's read another poem. Got the feeling, money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say that's a lovely purse. Horse and purse do not rhyme. And I guess they kind of do, but not yours, of course. Say that's a lovely purse. That's a miss. That's a miss for me. Sorry. Not a good one. Not a good one. That's a miss from me. Swing and a miss, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the actual button you hit here doesn't actually matter when you're outside the elevator. It's only when you're in the elevator. Let us listen to this music while we reflect on the game as a whole. I think it was very fun. It was very fun. It's obviously very simple. It's these types of games that, like these kind of like ending-based games. I think the only thing that like disappoints me or annoys me is the fact that there's no what you call it, what am I saying, the thing to mark endings. Like I said, like I think a great idea would be like a calendar inside his office, so that every time you spawn back in there you can see the endings that you've done, and at the start of the game it can just be a calendar and you'd be confused, you know what I mean? You'd be like, what? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? You're gonna have tons of different words on it that don't mean anything, or even just symbols. You know what I mean? Some of the ones that are like it can have just like a music note or something, like, you know what I mean? It can have like a symbol to symbolize something instead, and then you'd be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, and then once you connect the dots with it being crossed out, you'd be like, oh, holy shit, these are, you know, endings. Because I think that games that have multiple endings should always let the player know that there is multiple endings and how many there is, because otherwise what if that person just doesn't go and Google anything? You know what I mean? Like, what if they just don't? I think that they did a really good job when you complete the game, because they probably do expect quite a few people to just play through the game once and just follow what the narrator says, and then after they're done following what the narrator says, they're like, oh, was that it? You know what I mean? The game's over. Because, you know, they complete it, the game ends, it sends them back to the main menu, right? Actually, no, it sends them... I do like that it doesn't send you back to the main menu, actually. But, it does do a good job because it says there's so many things left unsolved. Like, where did everybody go? You know what I mean? Like, was it really a mind control device? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Like, it says that to kind of lean you into, like, hey, there is other stuff, you know what I mean? Take a little bit of look around, you know what I mean? And I think it does reward you for looking around and doing other stuff. I think that it would have been nice if there was like more little things, I think, to interact with. Just like small little things, like not massive things, not things that even like impact the story or anything, but just things that, like, just little things that the narrator talks about. Because those little moments were very fun when the narrator's like talking about you doing something that isn't in relevance to the story. It's just something you were doing as a player mindlessly, and you got called out for it because it's like, I don't know, it's like a very surreal feeling. It's like, oh, I'm not playing a game alone. You know what I mean? Somebody's watching me play this game. You know what I mean? Which I think is, those moments were really cool. So I wish there was a bit more of that, because that's quite unique. And having more of that would be really cool. I don't think that, even though I didn't find all the endings, and I really would like to, I don't think that not telling people where the ending is a big deal. I think that it's actually better that way. Maybe you can have, like, ways to give hints. I don't know, but like a game like this, you don't want too many like immersion breaking things, you know what I mean? Where it like feels like a game outside of the game. Because like the kind of idea is that it's like, it feels not like a game, you know what I mean? So honestly, once I started restarting on purpose to like kind of search for stuff, it starts to break that kind of immersion, that's like kind of immersive cycle, you know what I mean? It would have been cool maybe if there was like a couple more things of him saying, like after you've played for a while. You know what I mean? Like after you've restarted so many times, you know, he starts to talk in a different way, like a bit more like short with you, or make some comments about how you're playing it a lot, stuff like that. You know what I mean? To kind of keep that, like, that kind of idea alive, that kind of immersion of like, hey, you're still like, even though you're still playing it over and over and the same things are happening, he's still aware that you're playing it over and over. You know what I mean? But he's just keeping up the act of like narrating. But it's a really like unique idea, and it's a cool game. It's a very cool game. I enjoyed it. And I think that like those little things, like it's very unique, like having him talk about things as you do it. And I love like the kind of like, it's not really like fourth wall breaking. Like there was only a little bit that was like actually fourth wall breaking. It was like more like game breaking, if that makes sense. It was breaking the illusion that it was just a video game. That I thought was really interesting. It wasn't like fourth wall breaking. Rarely he ever actually talked to the player. It was only in that one ending that it was actually referred to us. You know what I mean? Did you enjoy it more or less than you thought you would? I enjoyed it about as much as I thought it would. Like, it's just I want more, and it's just that the nature of the type of game it is, like, I would have to search for the other endings. The actual, like, base game itself, unless you, like, explore for other stuff, is, like, short. But even if you had all the endings, I mean, like, it only... The length of the game is only by how long it takes you to find the other stuff. I would like to find the other stuff, but I also really don't want to Google it, because I feel like that'll ruin it. And it'll make it feel more like a game in the sense that I'm just kind of, like, hunting for certain things. But, like, the stuff like the achievement and, like, interacting with the door and stuff like that, like, that stuff's really cool, because it, like, takes you out of that zone of, like, hey, you're not, what is it called? You're not alone playing a video game, you know what I mean? Like some kind of scripted thing. Like there's somebody who can see that you're doing these things, and kind of like, I don't know. It makes it feel more real. It was, so that stuff was really unique and really cool. Big fan. Big fan of that. So I think Googling it would just make that shit worse. So I really don't want to Google the endings, but I really do want to find them. So maybe I'll come back and find the others. I would actually like to do that. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it about as much as I thought I would. I like how many of the ending there is too. I like that there's a whole bunch. Even if some of them are really short, it's cool that there's so many. I would, like I said, like some kind of indicator of how many endings there is though. It makes me kind of sad that there's only so many. Makes me kind of sad. Or not only so many, sorry. No way to see how many there is. Or like see which ones you've done. Like, that's something I really liked about Please Don't Touch Anything. Like hunting for those little, like, those little lights was really cool. So I would have liked something like that. And getting like little post-it notes, just like kind of like, I don't know, feeling like you were kind of like completing something. Something in between. And I feel like it would have fit perfectly in this game too. Like every time you reset back, the calendar as like is updated with the other endings you've done. It would feel kind of like surreal, you know what I mean? Like not like it was just a game, if that makes sense. So I feel like it would have fit perfectly. I feel like it would have fit perfectly. But I think that's all she wrote, honestly. Because I would have to grind pretty hard to find the other stuff, I think. I mean, I can hit begin the game, but when does the door close?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
And
go
the
to
narrator's
meeting.
really good,
Perhaps
honestly.
he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
But it was a good time. It was a good time. If you want, Fluffkins, you can help me with something. You can help me with something, Fluffkins, if you want. If you are willing. Man, the fucking... The, Huh. Let Fluffkins cook, exactly. Okay, so... Here, I'm gonna send you a link, Fluffkins. I'm gonna send you a link. Let me cook. Alright. I'll send it to you on Twitch DMs. How do you DM? Whisper. Oh, I can't because I pop out chat. Annoying. Here, I'll just post it in the stream chat in my Discord. To be fair, I could just post a link in chat. Anyways, I'm posting in the stream chat. There you go. Yeah, I could have just posted that. But if you go to that link, quickly. And what I want you to do, I know this is a convoluted way to do it, but I'm curious to see, and I don't want anybody else spoiling stuff. So, what you can do is go down the list. I sent you the link to the levels, right? For the speedrun. If you click on the numbers for each level, you can see the levels listed on the left. And you can see the runs, first place, second place, third place. Like, you can see how it's formatted. If you click on them, you can then see the video. And if you just skip to the end, you can see where they ended and see if I went through them. And you can make a little list of the ones that you think I did. If that makes sense. Don't give me any info. Which is the ones that you think I did. I definitely didn't do the Zending, I don't think. But it did say it was combined with another world. I don't want anybody to give me any info. So I was having Fluffkins do it because I trust that she won't. She knows how I am with spoilers and stuff, so she won't give me any info. I can run through them, though, and tell you what I think they are. Apartment is the one where you're in the apartment and it tells you to click the buttons on the screen. I did that one. Pretty certain that's it. Art is the baby game one. Didn't do that because fuck sitting there for 4 hours. That's insane. Broom closet, I don't know. It's a very short one, but I don't know what that is. Choice is the one where it talks about choice and you're sitting above Stanley as he isn't doing anything. I'm pretty certain. Cold feet, I'm actually not sure. Confusion ending is the confusion ending where you go down the lift and then you find the schedule. Countdown is the explosion. Death is just dying, I'm pretty sure, just jumping off the lift. Escape pod I did not get. Escape pod to me sounds like some way to get out of the explosion, but again, don't tell me. Freedom is just the main game being completed. Like, that's just completing the base game. Games is the Minecraft and Portal one. Heaven is going to heaven with all the buttons. Insane is where Stanley dies from insanity. Museum is the museum downstairs where you hear the lady voice. Reluctant is where you don't leave the room at the start of the game. Secret Disco, I have no idea. Serious, I have no idea. Although it only takes 1 second to do. So it must be something literally right at the start of the game. Song, I have no idea. Space, I'm pretty sure, is where you go to the space room and he just wants you to stay there forever. Stuck, I don't know. Voiceover, I don't know. Whiteboard is just a secret ending that spawns sometimes. And Zending, I don't know. Yeah, I can tell you. Well, there's some of them I might think that I've done, but I haven't. I ran through all of them there, though. Hopefully that worked for you. I ran through all of them. The ones that I'm not sure about are Zending, Voiceover, Stuck, Song, Serious, Secret Disco, Escape Pod, Cold Feet, Broom Closet. Those are all the ones I didn't do, and I don't know how to do them. The art one I know how to do, because I mean, as soon as I saw 4 hours on the run, I was like, okay, I know how to get there. I know what the, like, all the other fucking endings are like 2 minutes. That one's 4 hours. It's like, okay. And he mentioned 4 hours, so I was like, yeah, okay. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Here, I made a little list. You can look at this list if you want. Way better formatted. I'll post in my stream chat. Yeah. Way better formatted in my notepad. But the other ones, I'm pretty sure I got all of the other ones. I mean, there's some that maybe I'm wrong because they just use one-word descriptions. But obviously, like, I think that's the best way to do endings like that, right? You want, like, something that's not too specific. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you have a game like this with multiple endings, you want something that's not too specific. You want it to be pretty vague, like have like one-word endings. But I think those are all based on the community. I don't think any of those are like specifically the dev. I think that's just speedrunners trying to create a name for each ending. Although Zending was Zending, Whiteboard. I think that's it though. Those are the only two that are like actually referred to as endings. And then the community, I think, made all the others. I'd like to do the rest, but I don't know where to begin. And I think not today, but I would like to do it at some point. I think that'd be a good time. There is a there's a Half-Life 2 mod apparently. There's a Half-Life 2 mod. I guess it started as a Half-Life mod. Kind of like DayZ, and then it became a game. I think that's what it was. That's why there was some reference of there being a first game. Don't think it's available anymore though. I don't think it's available. There's a demo. Yeah, it's the same. It's based on the award-winning 2011 source mod of the same name. Don't know how I can access the source mod though. Where would I actually go to find that? Let me Google it. Can you still access the Stanley Parable mod? There's a mod database. I don't think it's still available, sadly. It was only like 30 minutes long. But the demo apparently is different though. I might play the demo sometime too. I could play the demo today. I could jump on the demo, see what the demo has to offer, if the demo is actually different. I wouldn't mind that. I don't have the deluxe edition, sadly. But I'll buy it when it goes on sale. I enjoyed it, though. It was a fun time. It was a fun time. Yeah, so it's a expanded reimagining of the original game. When did it release? Last year? April last year. Oh, they have some other games, actually. I didn't know they had other games. Oh, the original Stanley Parable might have just been under the name of one guy, though. Oh, it was made by Galactic Cafe. The Beginner's Guide is a game that's similar. Oh, yeah, it's a video game from Davey Redden, the creator of the Stanley Parable. The Beginner's Guide is a lot more serious, though, from what I remember. I remember being very sad when I first watched somebody play the Beginner's Guide. I think it was pretty, like, emotional. Can't remember it exactly, though. I'd really like to play that at some point. I need to buy that. No spoilers. No spoilers. Are you still cooking, Fluffkins? Are you still cooking? Plus 350. Easy. A 3-stream watch streak. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, did you change your name? I think you might have changed your name. Yeah, reading your messages, you changed your name. I don't know who you were before, but I don't know who you were before. Were you... What was your name before? Malarkey? I recognize your messages, but I don't remember what your name was before. I mean, how am I supposed to remember people when they change their names? You remember everything. No, I can just see your message logs. I clicked on your, if I click on somebody's name, I can see every message they've ever sent. I remember you were the, you were talking about Hitman. I didn't realize you changed your name. My bad. I would have welcomed you. I was like, who is this person? Who is this person? I don't recognize them. But it didn't say new name. It didn't say new person in chat. I was like, they must have been here. Stop reading. It's private now. Okay. My bad. If you don't want to say your name in the past, that's perfectly fine as well. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be pushy. I realized that. Okay, sent the list, but some of them are spotty, and I'm unsure. That's fair. Serious and Secret Disco are definite no's. Song is don't think so. Stuck is a don't think so. Voiceover is a don't think so. Zending is not sure, don't think so. Escape Pod is a no. Cold Feet and Broom Closet are a think so. And then Art is a no, obviously. But I know what Art is. I did look at Art because I was like, I saw the 4 hours thing on speedrun, and I was like, are you fucking serious? And so I clicked it to check before I thought about it in my head. But honestly, I would have wanted to know that it wasn't that game. I mean, like, eventually I would like to do that, just to have done it. But 4 fucking hours? I would mute the game audio and sit there for 4 hours. I mean, I would have to like do something else. And I could like do something else while I do it. I mean, I could stream it, but I mean that sounds like hell. Yeah, so going off of Fluffkin's list, Fluffkin says there was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 endings I didn't get. One of them being the one that takes 4 hours. One of them being the one that takes 4 hours. So I can install the demo. Somebody in chat said the demo is different. We can play the demo. I don't mind that. We'll play the demo a little bit. I would like to do the other endings, but again, I don't want to Google them. And without Googling them, I would just be like smashing my head against a brick wall. So I think we'll leave them for now. Maybe I'll come back one day and play it again because I actually did enjoy it. And I would like to do the other endings. We'll download the demo. Somebody said the demo is different, which if it is, I'm definitely down. I'm definitely down to give it a try. Give me 1 second while it downloads. All right, thank you for doing that, by the way, Fluffkins. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, there's 1 achievement in the demo. I didn't know demos could have achievements. What the fuck? Demos can have achievements? I did not know that. True Sigma. Isn't Sigma a bad thing? I don't know. I'm not fucking hip with the kids. And peak Sigma male performance. Isn't Sigma a bad thing? I'm changing the settings. Give me a second. Sigma male is Andrew Tate type shit, so yeah, that's pretty bad. What the fuck are you saying? Are you okay? The fuck are you saying right now? Oh, it actually showed up. That's strange. Because... Alright, we're all good. We're chilling. Slang word for weed. Interesting. I mean, to be fair, I would not have any knowledge of that, so I'll take your word for it. Okay. Begin the demo. See what this demo is all about. Because supposedly it is different, somebody said. Which, if it is, I'm down. Like, if it's like... It should only be like 30 minutes or something, though. Actually, no, that was the mod. I don't know how long this will be. I don't know anything about this. I've never seen anybody play the demo. Okay, give it a try. Any parable demonstration. Is there narration? There's music. Is there a voiceover? It's no fun without a voiceover.
Welcome to the Stanley Parable Demonstration. Your number is 28. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room.
Okay.
Thank you, and have a pleasant demonstration.
Displayed where? I mean, it's displayed. Oh, please wait for your number. Okay. Okay. We shall wait. Pleasantly waiting. Maybe have a nice cup of coffee. Stanley Parable demo. Why does demonstration sound vaguely threatening? It does. You're not wrong, actually. I'm going to give you a demonstration of my chainsaw. Ducks. Oh, I love ducks. Everything's okay. Indoors magazine. 27. Yeah. Famous demos. That is Gun Sight or something like that. Fuck, what is that game called? You're in like a trench coat and a hat. Brown trench coat and a hat. 2D game. You're like a detective type guy. That's Metal Gear Solid. That looks like Counter-Strike, but I don't recognize that one. This one I don't know either. What is this one? Don't know this one. Is it Gunsight? What is that game called? I think I own it. It's not Gunsight. What is that game called? Gunpoint. It's Gunpoint. That was close. That's pretty fucking close. Pretty fucking close. I'll take it.
Oh, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Stanley Parable live demonstration.
Oh, yeah.
It will be my pleasure to guide you through this sneak peek at what to expect in the Stanley Parable. A tease, just enough to leave you hungry for more. How exciting. Can't you just feel that nervous tension? The looming uncertainty? Why don't we drink in the anticipation for a moment, just for 20 minutes or so? Please, for just 20 minutes, don't move or act in any way. Simply remain motionless and let the thrill of demoing the Stanley Parable wash over you.
$20 minutes? That is a...
Wait, I've got it.
Oh.
You know what would really ramp up the anticipation? If I gave you a little tour of the facility and show you how we make video game demonstrations. Yes, you'll be simply out of your mind with anxiety. Come along this way.
Okay.
This is where I and the other proctors have been working meticulously to construct a demo that explains clearly and concisely exactly what the Stanley Parable is, how it plays, and why you should spend real-world money on the main game. Video game demonstrations are tricky, and without the proper technology, you run the risk of the player having no idea what to expect in the full version.
Okay.
Ah, here is one such technology. These buttons are meant to convey the meaning of choice and the impact of the decisions you make. After all, choices
really great way
carry
to do a demo.
tremendous meaning and consequence. Didn't you know that? Go ahead. Why don't you try picking one of these buttons to press, and we'll see what your choice says about you. How fascinating. Did you know that 94% of all people who select that particular button are sexual predators? You see, our choices really do illuminate the very intangible nature of our minds and souls.
I want to pick a different button.
Okay, what else can I show you then? This place is the buffalo of game design.
I want a different button, bro.
Now, I think you'll find this exciting.
Okay.
We've actually developed a wall that you can walk through.
Ooh.
Go ahead, give it a shot. Oh, guess it's still in development. Right, okay, moving along.
Okay. That was disappointing.
How's the anticipation? Still feeling it?
It's amazing how they have that
Here's what
stat.
we use
It's
to
probably
build a
it
story.
probably says it no
These
matter what button you
boards
pick.
Convert text from a story into raw emotion. Go ahead, step into one of them and feel the sheer power of narrative exposition.
Spare or discovery? Discovery.
It was though, and within the shame he carried that ocean breeze did drift. The
Still
fierceness
funny.
of the
No, yeah,
tides,
very funny.
the inevitable collapse of their kingdoms. What? Where did these cliffs go? These crags that we stood upon, they shielded us from our own ignorance.
Wikipedia.
Smoke coddling. It was though, and within the shame.
I feel like these are mixed up. Oh, you got the labels wrong.
You went in both booths? Oh, how vulnerable of you. If at any point during the demo you need to cry, just let me know and we can
After
take
that
it.
button, I feel like I need to cry.
Here is where there is nothing. In the main game, however, there are many more places where there is nothing. If you've enjoyed this experience of a finite amount of content, then the Stanley Parable may be just the game for you.
Fair.
This device tells you whether or not you're inside a video game demonstration. Somewhere around here, there's also a device that tells you whether or not you're inside a device that tells you whether or not you're inside a video game demonstration.
Nothing in this room will kill you. No danger. Let's go.
Are you that eager for the demo to start? Don't worry, we're almost there.
Compliments.
One of the most important parts of administering
Aw.
any demonstration is pumping up your ego and appealing to insecurities about your sense of self-worth. That's why we use this room to develop cheap compliments to shower on the player during the demo. Go ahead and press that button to see some of the superficial flattery we've been cooking up. My heavens, I've never met someone who can consume as much uranium in a single sitting as you can. Just look at you go.
Thank you.
Of all the people I know who are playing this exact demo at this exact moment and standing in this exact room, your performance is easily in the top 5,000.
Wow.
Top 4,700 even. I won't go as far as 4,600.
Wow.
Let's see. Oh, this is embarrassing. I really can't think of anything else to say.
Wow.
No.
Man, this
You've
game is
really
mean.
exhausted my list of compliments. Goodness, that was fast. Either you or this department has a lot of room for improvement. Okay then, what's next?
I'm gonna go in the isolation chamber. This game is mean. Alright, let's go to the final choice. Do you like the Stanley Parable? Yes.
Ah, now this room is perhaps the most important you'll encounter in the demo. This is where we determine whether or not the demo has
supposed to
been
be down here.
effective. Whether it's conveyed the wit and soul of the
Demo's
Stanley
way better than the
Parable
actual
in
game.
such a compelling way that you reach immediately for... No! What are you doing? You can't make that decision yet. You haven't played the demo. We've put so much work into this demonstration. Wouldn't it be a shame if you rushed right into making a purchasing decision without savoring it first?
Fair.
Let this one simmer. You'll have plenty of time to decide later.
Okay. Well, I think I'm done.
And there you have it. Everything you need to know about how video game demos are made. However, it's still important that we address safety concerns.
Safety
Please
first.
closely observe the following possible negative side effects of playing the Stanley Parable. If you agree to be held 100% responsible
Screaming and yelling,
for any and
constantly,
all
never
injury or
stopping ever, and
long-term
shrieking
damage,
and growling, and
mental,
generally
physical,
being
or
a dick,
otherwise,
being
that
on the
may occur
sun,
while
becoming
playing
the
demo,
sun.
Please do not
Wait, oh.
press the large red glowing disagree button at this time. Nothing? No objections? You're quite sure about that?
I
Well, all right then.
didn't have a button.
In the event that you do experience one or all of the previously listed symptoms, let's establish a signal for you to convey to me that you wish the demonstration to be terminated. Please step into the dance perimeter. Please perform a dance. Your dance has been recorded. In the event that you feel confused or disoriented by anything you see inside the demo, perform that dance and I will terminate the demo immediately.
Right.
Right. All preparations have been made. It is time at last.
Oh, yeah.
Are you prepared for the Stanley Parable? Oh, wait, what? What are we doing here?
Welcome to the
Did we not-
Stanley Parable demonstration. Your number is 29. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room. Thank you, and have a pleasant demonstration.
Okay, I'm lost. Let's just get back to the green room and start the demo again. I must have done something wrong the first time.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. The Stanley Parable demo, take 2. Finding the demo, learning exactly what the Stanley Parable is. Here it comes. Oh, wait, what's this?
8. 8.
Wait. This is all wrong. This isn't the Stanley Parable. This is a game where you
I
press
kinda
a
like
button and
this
it says
game.
8. Not only is the
8.
Stanley Parable not a game about continuously
8.
pressing the number 8, I can
8.
guarantee that
8.
this button does not
8.
appear anywhere in the main
8.
game.
There's an achievement
Why is
called
it here instead of the demo for the
8888888.
Stanley Parable? Where did the
8.
demo go?
The button must
There
be
was
somewhere.
an actual
8.
demo here before. Something has gone wrong. It's all gone horribly wrong. We need to get you out of here before you start forming impressions of the
8.
Stanley Parable
8.
based on whatever the hell this 8
8.
game is. We need
8.
to get out. We need to start over. You
8.
mustn't stay here another
8.
minute. Out,
8.
out, go, go, go.
8.
8.
8.
8.
8.
Now, I think perhaps you've misunderstood
8.
me, so let me reiterate
8.
as clearly as I can.
8.
This is not
8.
the Stanley Parable.
8.
What you are
8.
doing is pushing a button over and over
8.
that does nothing but speak.
It's
the word
kind of
8.
fun.
Has that gotten through?
8.
You may be continuing to
8.
press this button under the
8.
impression you're playing
8.
the Stanley Parable right
8.
now. An assumption
8.
that is, I should remind you
8.
again, entirely erroneous.
8. 8. 8. 8.
Doesn't even make sense. Why would I have gone to all of this elaborate setup just to demonstrate a game that doesn't do a single thing except repeat the word 8? The waiting room, the green room, the tour of the facility, all of that for no reason other than to contextualize and build up
8.
this particular game. Why?
8.
What about this game deserves any of that
8.
time and attention? Are you
8.
seeing something in it that I'm not?
It's kind of fun the way he says 8.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Okay, here's the deal. It isn't possible that you still think this is the Stanley Parable. I've restated the
Well, it's
fact
kinda
too many
fun.
times, which means that you are now consciously choosing to delay the actual demo as long as possible.
This
Is that
this
it?
game might be
Are
better.
you afraid of the
8.
Stanley Parable?
8.
I suppose another possibility is that you can't hear me because you're playing with the sound off.
8.
In which case,
8.
what are you even getting out of this 8
8.
game in the first place?
Oh, I have
The
the sound on.
scenario is perhaps even more concerning.
8.
True.
8. 8. 8.
You really are finding this amusing, aren't you?
A little bit.
The experience of pushing a button
8.
and it says 8. Is this intrinsically captivating to you on its own as a
8.
legitimate
The
experience?
way
I
you
mean,
mocked
I'm
it.
starting to wrap my head around the idea, but
The
it's
way
not
you
all
mocked
the way there.
8.
How do you get into this
8.
demo? Are you our target market for the
8.
game? Should I be concerned for the
8.
Stanley Parable sales
8.
numbers right
Only
now?
if 8 gets released around the
8.
same time. 8
8.
is a fucking great game.
8. 8.
The funny thing is,
8.
you haven't even played the Stanley Parable yet. How
8.
can you be sure that this
8.
is a better game?
I actually
Is this
have
simply
played the
more
Stanley
compelling than
Parable.
you imagine the Stanley Parable
And it is
to be?
better than 8.
Have
But
you
8 has a
formed such
little
rich
bit.
vision of the game already? What exactly did I do that gave you such a miserable, awful impression of what it's like to play the Stanley Parable? Was it the dance? Yes.
No, the dance
It
was
was
good. I
almost
like the
certainly
dance.
I regret that now.
8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, the good part is that if this is your metric for quality in a game, when we do get to the Stanley Parable, you'll be thrilled.
That's true.
Shocked,
That's true.
blown away. Every one of your faculties will be enraptured by the experience of a
All right,
game
I'm good.
that does
I'm done
anything
with the
more
8.
than say 8 over and over.
I'm done.
Yes, I can't wait for your entire world to be shattered and rebuilt. A magical moment we'll all share together.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm done with the 8.
Oh, goodness, finally. Now, let's get back to business and start this demo over from the top.
Okay. Oh, you want me to go all the way back? Okay. Oh, this is what 62. I'm gonna go all the way back.
Welcome to the Stanley Parable Demonstration. Your number is 30. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room. Thank you, and have a pleasant demonstration.
Oh, you want me to further? How far back am I going?
Okay, now let's take a minute to get something straight here. When you sit down to play this demo, you are assuming an amount of responsibility for its outcome. Now, I can't say for certain whether you caused us to encounter the 8 game rather than the Stanley Parable, but I think it's a pretty safe assumption that you had something to do with it. At this time, please take a minute to think about all of the mistakes you've made in playing this demonstration, as well as your lack of respect for demo taking in general.
Wow.
Wonderful. I could really feel the introspection on my end. Now that we're all on the same page again, I feel ready to attempt the demonstration once more.
Me too.
In this third attempt, we shall truly come to understand the meaning of the Stanley Parable. Let the demonstration begin. It can't be over yet. You didn't see anything. Everything that was supposed to demonstrate why the Stanley Parable is a quality experience worth your time and money. It was here somewhere, I'm sure of it. Oh, no,
8.
No.
I'm buying 8.
We have to get out of here. We have to
I'm
find
buying 8.
something for you
You
to
missed
do,
your chance.
anything.
You lost a
The
customer.
demo cannot end like this. Hurry, this way.
Okay. There's more?
Okay, yes.
Thought that was
This
it.
is new. This is different. Surely there must be a game somewhere in here. Okay. Oh, how about this cup? Yes, go pick up the cup. All right, now put it, in the bin.
Okay.
You did it! You won! You know what you get for winning? An achievement. Wow, the Stanley Parable just keeps getting better and better. In fact, let me take a little survey of your experience.
Okay.
Based on what you've played so far, would you purchase the Stanley Parable?
A, I don't get what is this game. I on fire. Please someone call for help.
Responded.
What a clear and straightforward demonstration of the merits of the Stanley Parable. I am convinced of the quality of the full game.
Incredible. You really do get it. You
exactly
understand.
what I said.
I was so worried. I just wanted you to know what I see in the Stanley Parable. What I think makes it, well, special. It's so very difficult to put into words.
True.
We're all beyond that now, aren't we? Come along. Let's get to the end and the final choice.
Okay.
Ending, where are you? Where are you? Is this it? Yes.
Yeah.
Now, this is where we want the demo to be over. And I think it's time for you to log your final decision as to whether or not the Stanley Parable is any good. And it all comes to this. Please consider very carefully before answering. Much is at stake.
Yes.
Is it working? Are you sure? You sure you pressed the button?
Oh.
What? No, we finished the demo. Did it start again? Hello? Is anyone there? They already finished. They said they liked it. I need someone to stop the demo. Hello? We need to go back. We need to get out of here.
Okay. Say so. I'm trying to say that I liked it. You won. I think I'm a winner.
Oh no, what's going on? Where is everyone? Okay, over to the left, down this way. Oh,
That's actually
nice
nice.
and quiet. Finally.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, I suppose we can both agree that I failed, haven't I?
Oh, I mean,
My job was to
depends
be a
how you look
teacher,
at it.
and I so badly wanted to teach you exactly what the Stanley Parable is supposed to be, but somehow I couldn't. Well, at any rate, I don't know if I care for the Stanley Parable anymore. Do you think any of this is actually in the main game? Honestly, I doubt it. What would that even look like? No, I think I've had enough of it. No more doors, no more demonstrations, no more endings. That's the other problem with this game. There's too many bloody endings. I'm sick of them. How can one game end so many times? It doesn't make sense. Oh, but back at the beginning of the demonstration, now, that was lovely. No concerns about where it was all going. No confusion. Just a blank slate. Yes, that's what I want. A game of beginnings. Hey, do you remember, just a few minutes ago, when we met for the first time, and I showed you the technology used to make the demo, because I thought there actually was a demo.
Trying to flirt with me, Mr. Narrator Man?
Oh, we were so naive back then. How little we knew of the world. And then, when we ended up back in the waiting room, even though you'd already done that before, yes, it's all
Long time, Harry. I'm good. Hopefully you're good too.
They were such wonderful moments. Oh, and then when we played the game with the cup and you won, and then we kept wandering and we ended up in a stairwell somewhere, and we just kept climbing and climbing, flight after flight after flight. I thought they would never end. And then we were on some kind of catwalk. I didn't have any idea what was down there.
No, I don't remember that.
And we just kept going, and we found that elevator, and it said escape on it. And we talked about it for a while. About how we couldn't possibly know whether this was.
Remember
really
me? Not really. If I checked your messages, probably though.
A try.
I'm not good with
At the very
names.
least, it would be an adventure. So
I'm not good with names.
And we rode the elevator up and up and up. We had some sense that the end was coming, but we couldn't possibly know when. And then, after so long, it finally stopped, and we stepped out into the lush outdoors, the trees, the wildlife.
I don't remember any of
the
this.
sun rising on a new and glorious path. Freedom. We were free.
Free.
There was nothing to think, nothing to know. Simply us being right there in that moment. Wasn't it so beautiful? Wasn't that
No, I'm talking about
moment
the game. I'm not talking to you.
so singularly, piercingly beautiful? We were free.
I don't remember any of this. Mr. Narrator Man, are you okay? Ooh. Oh, then it ends. That's great. That's great. That demo was actually pretty good. I'm glad somebody I'm glad actually somebody said that. Said to play this. Actually pretty cool. Available on Steam. I wish I could play the mod. I'm not sure what the mod actually had in it. Probably just the same stuff. That demo was really cute. Very cute demo. Very cute demo. Captures the essence of the game really well. It does. It does. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But yeah, looking at your messages, I mean, graphics design, by the way, no, I am not interested. You should not offer people like business stuff in Twitch chat. It's not the place for it. Not the place for it. Looking at, I mean, graphic design artist does not narrow it down because so many people offer graphics design. It's really annoying, to be honest. Very annoying. Yeah, WW for real. Yeah, actually, genuinely. I'm not a big fan of demos in general. A lot of the time, because it's just like, it's just the game, and you play it a little bit, and then you don't really get to enjoy it, and it ends. Like, there is some demos that are like a little bit more extensive, but a lot of the time they're just kind of like a teaser. I mean, they serve a purpose. Don't get me wrong. They serve a purpose, and demos should exist. But personally, I'm not a big fan of them because I have so many things to play. But I can understand if you like are excited for something, playing something, or it's really good. I mean, somebody needs to play them, right? Especially content creators and stuff. Like showcasing them to people is a great way to do stuff. But personally, I'm not a big fan of demos just because I want to play full games, and I hate being like locked out of like continuing to play a game, if that makes sense. That is a bit better because it's an experience. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing stopping you. Like you did complete it because it is an experience meant to show you like, hey, this is the kind of narrative tone. This is kind of what you can expect. This is kind of what you're going to experience in the actual game. And it's an experience that is independent of that. But it still is a demo, which is really cool. It like showcases the game, but it also is its own thing, which is really cool. So that was actually A+. I enjoyed that. That was definitely worth playing. Definitely worth playing. And it has an achievement. I didn't know they could have achievements. I didn't know demos could have achievements. Very strange. Very strange. Does it count as a perfect game? It does not count as a perfect game. That's weird. So I guess, like, I don't know if actually they do have achievements. Maybe it just doesn't register on your account, but they can have achievements. I'm not sure. Strange. It was fun though. It was fun. It was a fun time. I don't think that had any choices though. I don't think there was any choices in that. Which is fair because you'd have to make choices for a demo that, like, you know, there's no real point to put like the work into the choices for just a demo. You'd want to put that into the actual game. Put the work in for the game itself. But that was a good time. I enjoyed it. Enjoyed the demo. Enjoyed the base game. I will probably play it again at some point and try and get the other endings. I want to play the deluxe edition too, but I need to buy that at some point. Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. Retro Bully. I appreciate that. I did not. I was in the middle of talking about something and I completely forgot to thank you. Excuse me. But that was a good time. That was a good time. I would like to get the other endings, but like I said, I don't want to Google them. So if I don't Google them, it's just going to be like bashing my head against a wall, like I said. Just bashing my head against the wall, which is a little bit unfortunate. So I don't want to do that. Even got to play Minecraft in Portal. True. Actually true, yeah. Got to play a little bit of Minecraft, a little bit of Portal. Yeah, I mean, I got most of the endings, right? Because, oops, that was me, sorry. According to Fluffkins, I probably missed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 endings or something. So I got most of them, but I did miss like some. So, but some of them were like 10 seconds. So it's not like, but I did miss. So again, I will reiterate my main point. I think that what would have been really cool is some way to keep track of the endings in the game and let you know how many there are, because games like this really do, like, I think that they really should tell you that there is other endings. This game does a good job of telling you there's other stuff, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying in general for games like this, if a game has multiple endings, it should tell you that there's multiple endings in some way, right? And another thing is that it should be telling you how many endings there are. Because I think that it, one, means that you'll replay the game to get them, which is just good for the game itself. Two, it gives you something to aim for, you know what I mean? So you actually kind of have some sense of what you're looking for. I don't want them to tell you how to do it. Sometimes like a word is good, you know what I mean? Something to go off of. Because I like to get achievements a lot, and there's hidden achievements on Steam, right? And those hidden achievements, they actually changed it recently, which makes me really sad because I really enjoyed how it used to be. But the hidden achievements on Steam used to be that if you were on your achievements, you can't see them at all, right? They just say hidden achievements. It just says 24 hidden achievements remaining. If you go to the global achievements though, then you can see them. And all it showed you was a picture and a name. That's it. And that was, I thought, really good because it doesn't spoil how to get the achievement. It doesn't spoil where it is or anything like that, but you can see the rarity of how many people have it, right? So you can compare to other achievements, and since you know the other achievements, you have something to kind of base it off of. You can still hunt for it, right? And you have a name and you have a picture to go off of. That's it. Now, though, you can't do that, sadly. They removed that. They probably didn't realize that it was a good thing for some people. Like, I really enjoyed it. But now, if you go to achievements and you find a game with achievements, with some hidden achievements, it will say hidden achievements, and if you click, it'll just say like, this is a hidden achievement, and if you click on it, it will reveal everything about it, including how to get it, which is kind of unfortunate. So I think like having like a name on the endings, like my idea, I think is a great idea, and I think it would fit perfectly, is just like a calendar inside his office, right? I mean, maybe the deluxe edition does have something like this, and if it does, it shows that I'm right. If it doesn't, I'm going to be disappointed extra, because I'm surprised that they wouldn't add something like that. But it can be a design decision to not tell people about all the endings. But the third reason why I think not having the endings, or not having the endings like listed on how many there are, is because you have to Google it. And when you Google it, you usually run into spoilers. You know what I mean? Which is really unfortunate. And it also takes you out of the game. You know what I mean? It's like, it's this really cool feeling of like seeing the endings and kind of like hunting for them. And when you have to like go out of the game and Google it and be like, okay, you know how many there are, and then you have to write down on a word pad to keep track of which ones you've gotten, which ones you haven't. You know what I mean? Like it just is kind of lame for games like this. I feel like when your game is like an ending hunting game, it should tell you. Like I think it's a no-brainer in my opinion how many endings there are. Like I don't think that this game should have had it in like a separate menu. Some games have it in like a separate menu. You can see like endings, and then you fill up like the little cutscene boxes or little pictures. I don't think this game should have done that, because that breaks the immersion that the game is going for. You know what I mean? Of like, it's a game that's not a game, if that makes sense. I think a calendar with like words on them would have fit in really well. It would have been like, oh, this is a normal object in an office. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have thought anything of it. And then you would have been like, oh, there's a whole bunch of weird words on it. That's strange. You know what I mean? Like museum and, like countdown. You know what I mean? Those are like custom made. So like whiteboard. You know what I mean? There's just random words dotted down on each date, right? And you'd be like, that's really strange. I wonder what significance that has. You know what I mean? And then you would find those things. Maybe actually, second point, maybe the thing shouldn't show up until you get one ending. Then it should show up, because then it's like you see it after, and you're like, hey, that wasn't there before. And then you look at it more closely. You see like, it's a normal calendar, and then you see all these words, and then you see a word that has relevance to the ending that you got, and it's crossed out, and then boom, everything clicks in your mind, and it's like a cool moment. You know what I mean? And you'd be like, oh, these are all other endings I can find. You know what I mean? And then now all of a sudden, you want to play more. You know what I mean? You want to find all these other things, and you want to keep hunting for it. I feel like that would have been a really good idea. Maybe the deluxe has something like that, even if it just has like an out of game like menu, so you can see all the endings. That works too. I think it's a little bit less good for a game like this, with the like tone it was going for and the way it was delivering the story, but still good in my opinion. Just to have them listed in some capacity. And the second thing that I would say is I would have liked there to be some more things you could interact with that didn't do anything, if that made sense. Like they weren't impactful to the story, but it triggered the narrator responding to you, because you doing something and the narrator responding to you is one of the most unique aspects of the game. Like him saying like, oh, you're interacting with all the doors and they did nothing, or oh, like he sat and pondered the decision for a while. You know what I mean? Stuff like that really made the game feel like alive and unique. So more stuff like that would have been nice. You know what I mean? Something like, oh, he looked at the cup really intently. You know what I mean? Like also him like talking to you in those kind of situations, or like, oh, Stanley seemed to develop a habit of crouching up and down over and over again. You know what I mean? Just stuff like that, like just little things that like don't have any relevance, but he talks about them, which makes the game feel more alive, because that part of it was really unique. That's probably the only two things that I'd say. Everything else was great. I enjoyed it a lot. So those two things, in my opinion, those two things. I would like to play some more in the future and get the other endings. And I would also like to play the deluxe edition. Speedrunning, it could be kind of fun. People haven't speedrun in like ages though, and the videos are disabled. It could be kind of fun to do like a day speedrunning it, because it's kind of a cool idea of a thing to speedrun because of the way that the endings are designed. Like, you can speedrun each individual ending. Obviously, like, it's gonna be pretty fucking optimized. Although there is some time gaps on people, which is really interesting. But a lot of people don't have pictures. I assume that's why it probably took you a little bit longer than usual, Fluffkins. Or like a little bit longer to like do all the ending stuff, is because some of the videos are not available, right? I assume that you noticed that when you were clicking through them, and that's why it took you a bit longer. Because you couldn't just click on first place for all of them, because some of them, like, the videos aren't available. I think those YouTube channels probably just got shut down, because they were like fucking 6 years ago. So the YouTube channels of people that uploaded them probably got shut down. Yeah. I mean, the person who submitted the run, their fucking speedrun accounts even deleted. Disappeared off the internet for some reason. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. People playing it on the Half-Life 2 version. So I guess you can play it in different versions. Oh wow, that's really cool actually. Somebody who speedran the original version of the game 6 years ago. When the deluxe edition came out, they speedrun that too. Like 5 years later. That's nuts. That's really cool. Cause like that just shows like passion. You know what I mean? Like, it just like they're still around, and you know what I mean, they see the game comes out and they're like, I'll jump and do some speedruns. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty sick. That's really cool to see. Cause that's one of the cool things about speedrun is people's passion for the video games that they love. Like, because I think that's like the main thing I really want to focus on with speedrunning is just games that I love. You know what I mean? Games that I really enjoy. And like passionate about. So, I mean, like, you can build a passion for a game off of speedrunning, 100%. Like, I definitely feel like I experienced that with Star Wars Battlefront. Like, I wasn't really as passionate about the game until I speedran it. But one, it's Star Wars, which I fucking love, and two, it's Star Wars Battlefront, which, even though it is the DICE version of Star Wars Battlefront, it's still a game that, like, just the name makes me invested. You know what I mean? And speedrunning it did make me invested. I mean, I love Aiden now, and Dell and Hask and Dio and stuff, and Shriv. It's like, I don't know. Like, are they great characters? Are they well written? No. But I'm attached to them now. You know what I mean? Because I've played like hundreds of hours listening to their fucking dialogue. You know what I mean? So it's like, you definitely can grow an attachment to a game from speedrunning it. But I think that I'd like to like focus on speedrunning stuff I like, because time isn't infinite, right? Time is a resource, and you only have so much of it at the end of the day. So spending it on games that I don't know I'm going to be invested in seems like a waste. Speedrunning this game could actually be fun though, and I'm curious to see what the runs are like with like some of these like being super old. It could be actually kind of fun. Be kind of fun. Could be kind of funny. But overall, it was a good time. I still need to play. Thank you very much for voting on it, Fluffkins, by the way. If you don't know why I played this game, and you're new to the stream, is because somebody spent channel points to get me to play it. There's a link in chat. Tons of games, 25 different games you can vote on. You can spend your Twitch channel points that you earn for free to vote on games that you want me to play. And I spin the wheel that you see on screen every Friday, and I play whatever game wins on Saturday. So I don't always finish the game. It depends if it's something that I'm interested in finishing, if I enjoy it. But I always play it for like one full stream and then see where it goes from there. If I want to keep playing it, I keep playing it. If not, move on to something else. But I do play a wide variety of games. So, and I still need to play Max Payne and Call of Duty. I was going to play Call of Duty today, but the fucking download screwed me over. Because it says it's like 17 gigabytes. And I was like, okay, I can download that in like 10 to 20 minutes. That's not that bad. You know what I mean? And I clicked the button like 15 minutes before the stream, and I was like, it'll be fine. and it immediately showed up 90 gigabytes. And I was like, what the fuck, Steam? Why'd you lie to me? Why'd you literally just lie? So I had to change the plan. So we did Stanley Parable today, which was a game I was always excited to play, so I'm happy to have played it. And that is another wheel game sorted. I still need to play Max Payne and Call of Duty, which we will do over the following week. Tomorrow... Ooh, what will I play tomorrow? What will I play tomorrow? The Played Up has been really fun lately. Played Up has been a really good time. I'm not interested in playing any DVD. I want to play Gundam Evolution before it shuts down. What days should I play Gundam Evolution? Is it... Wait, what day is Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving is the 23rd, right? Thanksgiving the 23rd? Yeah, okay. I'm trying to think about my plan here. I don't think I'm going to stream on the 24th. I might stream on the 23rd. Maybe a small stream. But I might skip that day too, because I'm going to spend Thanksgiving with Fluff. I have stuff to do. Oh, fuck. That's the wheel day, though. 24th is the wheel day. I can spin on the 25th then. I'll spin on the 25th. Spin and play on the 25th. And then probably for the 3 next days, maybe play Gundam. I really do need to play another game. So I'll play one more game this week before I leave. So tomorrow will be something, not leave, but like, before I don't stream that day. So I think tomorrow will be something chill. And then we'll jump into either Call of Duty or Max Payne, one of the two. Probably Call of Duty. I just need to install it. So we'll do Call of Duty on the 22nd. Tomorrow we'll play some chill games. Probably some Marvel Snap and Played Up. And anything else that maybe like a small game. If you have any suggestions, small little games that like aren't something to like commit to, I'll be down to take suggestions. Anybody? From anybody. Either today or tomorrow. And yeah, we'll play some chill games tomorrow, and then we'll do the Call of Duty the day after. And then I won't stream, and then I'll have one game. I'll have one game left, Max Payne, and we'll play Max Payne. God, it's gonna be so nice. Next month, I'm gonna have nothing to play. Nothing to play. Since like I stopped playing World of Tanks, I have not played, like actually chosen a game to play. I've just been kind of bouncing around playing lots of different things. I mean, I'm thinking like Minecraft, RuneScape, Tarkov, or potentially Battlefield 4. One of those 4 are like high up on my list. But maybe something different. Maybe something different. Those 4 are like high up on my list of things that I'm like interested in playing. Some Minecraft speedruns would be pretty fun. And I would really like to get the world record for Battlefield 4. That would make me feel like... That would make me feel pretty cool. Because that is a game that is definitely near and dear to my heart. Having the world record for it would be kind of sick. So I'm kind of potentially interested. I just saw an ad for a Cheetos pillow. It's kind of fun. Man, Battlefield 4 came out in 2013. Dude, that game is so old and it's so fucking good, man. It's so fucking good. Dude, Battlefield 4 is goated. Like, Battlefield 4 is, like, fucking amazing. It's still so much fun to play. Still so much fun to play. God damn, there's some people fucking grinding the the Battlefield 4 stuff, though. Definitely some fucking grinders out there, dude. You love to see it, man. They fucking lowered the records. There's one guy from Japan who took all the records like 6 months ago. So another guy who's probably like pretty attached to Battlefield 4, which is really cool to see. I mean, that was only like 4 to 6 months ago. That's like fucking sick, dude. I love speedrunning. I love people being attached to their video games and like being really passionate about it. That's what speedrunning is great at. Like, that just makes me happy to see, dude. Like, seeing somebody who loves their video game so much that they're willing to put in so much effort for nothing, basically. Like, they're putting in so much effort for nothing. That is like one of like the fucking coolest things about speedrunning. Because like at the end of the day, who the fuck cares? You know what I mean? Like, about your world record. Like, it really isn't that important. I think once you get to the higher, like the more popular games, that it gets a little bit. Some people just do it for clout, right? Because getting a record in like a super popular game is a lot of clout. But a lot of the time these like less popular games, it means nothing. Like, it really does at the end of the day. Like, it's a cool thing to have, don't get me wrong, and I'm happy to have mine, but it really doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? The only reason it's a cool thing to have is because you're happy about it on the inside. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't give you anything. So the amount of people that like work that people are willing to put in is really cool. Very, very cool. So always love to see it. Always love to fucking see it. Man, some of my records too. I hope that somebody does break some of the Battlefront 2 records, because if they do, then I can revisit it, hopefully. That'd be sick. I don't know why it's supposed to be more like that. Yeah, that's better. Camera's a little bit different. You can see more of the Phoenix. Alright, but I think that's gonna be about it, honestly. A little bit of chat towards the end of the stream. I think that's gonna be about it. I will be back on tomorrow. We'll play some Marvel Snap and some Played Up, probably, because that has been fun lately. And the day after that, we'll probably play Call of Duty. And then I might not stream for 1 or 2 days because of Thanksgiving. I'm going to spend it with my girlfriend. And so I won't be able to stream. I'll try and stream if I can find time in one of those days. I'm definitely going to miss 1 day, but I'm not sure about 2 days. I'm going to try to just miss 1 day, but I might end up missing 2. So this is fun. Thanks to the stream. Why is this clip of the day?
These buttons are meant to convey the meaning of choice.
Why is this clip of the day?
Of the decisions you make. After all, choices
It's a really great way
carry
to do a demo.
tremendous meaning and consequence. Didn't you know that? Go ahead.
Mad.
Why don't you try picking one of these buttons to press, and we'll see what your choice says about you. How fascinating. Did you know that 94% of all people who select that particular button are sexual predators? You see, our choices really do illuminate the very intangible nature of our minds and souls.
I want to pick a different button.
Okay, what else can I show you then? This place is the buffalo of game design.
I want a different button, bro.
Now, I think you'll find this exciting.
Okay.
We've actually developed these
Thank you
buttons.
very much for the clip. It's too good. Okay, dude. Thank you very much for the clip. Great clips as always. And you're very welcome for the stream, Jojo. Thank you for hanging out. I'm glad you had a good time. Very glad you had a good time. Very glad. But yeah, that is going to be it. Thank you very much to everybody for watching. Thank you everybody for hanging out. If you did enjoy the stream and you're new, please do hit the follow button down below. I'd really appreciate it. I stream pretty much every single day. If you hit the follow button, you can come back next time. I play a wide variety of games. If you hit the follow button, you can get a notification and it'll show up on your follower list so you can always know when I'm streaming. I do stream every day, like I said, but I don't start the stream at any specific time every day. Just AM Eastern Standard Time, if you know that time zone. So hopefully you kind of know when that roughly is. It's about like 8 hours ago, somewhere around 6 to 8 hours ago is usually when I start. But if you want to know exactly when the stream starts, your best bet is to follow here on Twitch, follow on Twitter, or join my community Discord. All three of those things will give you a notification whenever the stream goes live, so you always know when I'm streaming and what I'm streaming as well. Since I do play a variety of games, the notifications always include what I'm playing that day, so you can always know if it's something you want to watch or not. You can also check out my YouTube channel if you want. I post occasional videos and stuff up on there, but don't expect consistent uploads. But I do have a second YouTube channel where I upload all of the streams as videos, and they usually go up like a day or two after the stream is over. So if you want to check that out as well, everything I have streamed pretty much ever is up on there. So if you want to see me playing a specific game, or you just want to see a stream, they're all up on there. But all those links are in chat if you do want to check them out. If not, it's all good. They're there for the people who want them, and yeah, that's gonna be about it. Same here. That's why I keep coming back. I'm very glad. I'm really glad you're enjoying the streams, and you are always welcome here. It's good to have you. But yeah, thank you guys all for watching. Fluffkins as well. Very glad you enjoyed your stay as always. Yeah, thank you very much to everybody. Even if you didn't talk in chat, even if you only popped in for a little bit, I do appreciate everybody that watches. Even even if you don't chat, and even if you only pop in for a little bit, I appreciate everybody that chooses to spend their time here and enjoys the stream. So thank you guys all very much for watching. I do really appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoy the stream, and hopefully you guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.